Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I teach him to be more independent than loving.
Okay, I'm just saying. When you hold your father in the highest degree, you might be afraid to turn. I don't think you can call the cops when you're 6. I don't think you can
shot him in the face.
When you're 6, I don't think you can call the cops when you have your dad's penis in your mouth. I don't think you can.
Well, they still killed him.
Gene, you've killed a guy.
Yeah, but he was doing wrong.
I know.
And I stood right there when the cops came. I didn't say, hey, a bad guy got him.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Sorry for the delay. I was getting the show PayPal hooked up, and there's like facial recognition. Then you got to say that you're not a robot, and then you got to like find the 9 bicycles in the 15 squares, and if you miss one bicycle, then it makes you go to another one, and then I had to find the bridges.
Then you start questioning what a bicycle and a bridge is because you're not getting them right.
Right, and then they only give you small little tiles of every little. It's like, is that a bicycle or a bridge? I don't know.
Neil Mount Plaisir, 25. Go Pack Go.
Thank you, Neil Mount Plaisir. What's that, Dan?
And then you have a millimeter of the wheel in another frame. You're not sure if you're supposed to hit that one or not.
Right, it's just like the very back, and then you weren't supposed to hit it, but you did. Then now they're thinking that you're some guy trying to get into your account illegally, and then they freeze up your account, and then you got to go, and it's just like, thank God, I was able to get into our PayPal very last minute on my third and final attempt of trying to find bicycle over bridges. Other than that, man, how's everybody doing? I know you Bucks fans. Dan, obviously the ultimate Bucks fan because he used to be employed by the Bucks as a team doctor. Also has a luxury suite. Lifelong Buccaneer fan. Father, the longest tenured physician in the history of the NFL.
Was it a light crowd yesterday?
It was a light crowd, and I just wore a bag over my head as I left the game because it was so embarrassing. Yeah, they suck. Who calls a fake punt on the 30-yard line in the third quarter? Stupidest thing in the world. And then they had 2 minutes to eat up for a touchdown drive, and instead they throw a bomb which was stupid. And then they didn't get the first down because I was just the whole thing was stupid. They need to fire the offensive coordinator and the head coach because they both have their heads buried up their ass.
Where I don't think Todd Bowles.
Yeah.
By the way, Red, I'm going to pot you up because it is about your favorite team.
Fire the offense coordinator.
A team that you do a podcast about, firing the cannons. Todd Bowles, I don't think has ever retained a head coaching job in a successful manner. I don't think did he get fired from the Jets?
I think this is his longest job.
This is his longest job.
Right. Secondly, if you have either Evans or Godwin on the field yesterday, do you win?
Yeah, you can't fire the offense coordinator after he lost his number 1 and number 2 receivers.
Not only,
yeah, I mean, they got 400-plus yards throwing to a tight end as their wide receiver 1, so they did a really, really good job moving the football. I'd argue the quarterback made them worse. You know, he couldn't stop throwing interceptions, but the defense is an issue. Kirk Cousins did whatever he wanted for another week in a row against Tampa Bay.
Now, this was let's not forget, was a week. I forget what week it was where Cousins had 500. Last time the Bucs played in Atlanta, I think Cousins put 500 on him, didn't he?
Yeah, pretty much.
Something like that.
Almost there, yeah.
But again, having Godwin and Evans back isn't just your number 1 and 2 guys. I mean, that's maybe what they represent stats-wise, but they're arguably, still top 10 guys in the league. One of which is probably top 5.
One's a future Hall of Famer.
Well, they very well most be. I mean, after Evans, how many more years does Evans have left in him?
I think he's
Probably
at 3.
3.
Yeah.
3. Okay. He's a lock-in first ballot Hall of Famer. Godwin could be one. He could be one. I mean, he's statistically not that far behind Evans.
Let's not get crazy. I mean,
He's number 2 in all the Bucs categories. Evans is number 1, Godwin is number 2, and pretty much
how big
every
of a
receiving category.
And how big of a first of all, how much older is Evans than Godwin? 3 years?
4 years.
4. Secondly, is it, if Godwin would stay on his pace, would he be close to Evans when he wraps up his career, barring that they both stay here and end their career?
I don't think so, just because Godwin's had a lot more injuries. He's dealt with that. He's missed a lot more action. This is his second season-ending injury in the last 5 years.
Is it season ending?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Evans season ending too?
No, he should be back within like 3-4 weeks.
All right. Well,
just remember, Evans has done something no one else has done, right? He's had 1,000 yards every single year since his rookie season.
Yeah, first player in NFL history to go 10 straight years to start his career with 10 straight 1,000-yard seasons,
including his first. When as a rookie, that's an unbelievable plateau. I mean, that's an unbelievable achievement as a rookie to get a G ball.
Well, if I'm Godwin when I retire, I wouldn't trade in my Ring of Honor jersey for a future Hall of Fame jersey because he's never getting one.
I mean, you're probably right. Now hold on. When Evans came into the Bucs, 11 years ago?
2014.
Who was his? Was it?
It was Lovie Smith.
No. Who was his quarterback?
Josh McCown and Mike Glennon.
And he still got a G-ball under those two clowns.
Those were tough years.
And then let's not face, Evans.
Hey, you know what?
Evans survived the Jameis Winston era
Sure
too.
did somehow.
You got to. It looks obvious now, but I don't know how serious, but Johnny Manziel was in the mix to get picked. I mean, the Bucs obviously needed a quarterback at that time, but they made the absolute correct pick, and it ended up paying off down the road when they won that Super Bowl.
What was Evans' overall first round? What was he?
7 or 8?
7 or 8?
I think so. Or he was.
And it's be interesting to see
7. Yeah, he was 7.
Was the 6 before. Who were the 6 before Evans in 2014? Who was Manziel 1?
No, Manziel was late. It was a Clowney, number 1.
All right, that Panda. I mean, he's
he played. He's still in the league.
That's a pan out.
If he never had that play against Michigan in the Outback Bowl where he took that guy's helmet off,
he never would have been number 1.
I don't know if he would have been the number 1 pick ever.
But is he a Hall of Famer?
No.
Not close.
Clowney's not even close to a Hall of Famer.
No,
All
not
right,
close. Greg Robinson, offensive lineman.
Is that Hall of Famer?
No.
No.
All right.
Blake Bortles, number 3.
Not a Hall of Famer.
Sammy Watkins.
Not a Hall of Famer.
Khalil Mack.
Yep.
Yeah, Hall of Famer.
Jake Matthews. Yeah, he's
could
Still
Hall of
playing.
Fame,
He's
yeah.
really, really good offensive tackle.
Hall of Fame.
All right.
And then Mike Evans.
All right, so Mike Evans and the two before him.
That's 3 Hall of Famers in a row, man. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Let me. Anybody else in that draft that are
Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald at 13.
Odell Beckham.
Oh man. I mean, all those are gold jackets.
Nobody
Odell.
else really in that first
Yeah.
round. Teddy Bridgewater at 32. He's already retired. Injuries kind of tore him up.
So Jameis Winston, who
Joke.
well, I mean,
Lummy, he just
number one pick.
He just uplifted Cleveland yesterday, Lummy.
People in Cleveland are like, man, I guarantee you that Jameis Winston is making probably league minimum.
No, he's making a couple million.
He's like 5 or something.
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, here in Tampa, that was his first. I mean, that was his big deal, right?
Yeah, he's not hard up for any cash.
Right.
And in Cleveland, I'm sure he's like just ridiculously wealthy. I mean, I'm sure houses in Cleveland cost like $40,000.
Yeah.
He bought a whole neighborhood, Dan.
He bought the whole
Hold
city.
on. You can get a house like yours in Cleveland for about $80,000.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I might as well just move there. Be a Jameis Winston fan.
You'd have like your property taxes would be like $800.
Oh, that'd be awesome. No
Instead of
hurricane.
60,000. So anyway, as you know, in Cleveland, they go and 2 years ago or whatever, absolutely. Other than the Mike Ditka, gave every draft pick away for Ricky Williams, which he did. He
Yes.
gave every one away. Wasn't it 10, Lummy? One, or I don't know how many.
It was it was. I think it was 10 total.
He gave like rounds 1 through 10, or however many.
And the next year too.
Both of the next year's too.
Almost all of it.
Oh yeah. So probably the biggest. I mean, and Ricky Williams really didn't.
He had his best year with the Dolphins.
Right, I'm saying
Once he started smoking more pot.
Yeah, as a Saint, man, he tried to stay the straight and narrow.
You can never live up to having somebody trade multiple drafts for you. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, who you are. I mean, not really outside of Adrian Peterson. It's going to be tough to live up to that.
Let's not forget though, the Bucs gave away 2 number 1s for the rights to Gruden.
That's true.
Remember
yeah,
that?
Yeah, they did.
It's worth it.
And is it?
It hurt them.
But is
It did hurt them.
Yeah.
Is it? That's unheard of that you give away. That type of draft stock for just.
Sean Payton got traded. I mean, it's worth it, Bubba. I mean, if you're like a Mike Tomlin or, a Bill Belichick, I know the Patriots were looking to trade Bill Belichick before they parted
You
ways.
can trade coaches?
Yeah.
The Raiders were smart.
Yeah.
So anyway, 2 number 1s for John Gruden. But I mean, like in today's world, like a number 1 is so coveted. Like, Devontae Adams didn't get what was his, a third? He just went from the Raiders. By the way, the Raiders gave the Packers, I think, a number 1 for Devontae. I think.
I don't think it was.
I think it was.
The initial deal, was it?
I think it was. Check me on that, though, Red. I could be wrong. I think when the Packers traded Devontae to the Raiders, I thought it was a number 1. I could be wrong.
But would you rather have like a sure thing, like a 3-year veteran that you know is a superstar, or risk a first-round pick that sometimes, like a good 30% of them fail?
Listen,
I
Mike.
thought you were talking about the recent trade. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, in March 22, it was a first and a second round pick.
Yeah, when the Packers let him go to the Raiders. Right. Then the Packers let Aaron Rodgers go to the Jets for a for a second, locked in second, potentially conditional first round had he played 60% of the snaps, and didn't even play 60 seconds of the first quarter. I mean,
Great trade.
Yeah, but so anyway.
He's making up for it now, though, baby.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
What a
JETS.
turd.
So the Jets, apparently, that whole contract holdout with Hassan Reddick was, I guess, helpful to help them pay for Devontae Adams, according to Ian Rappaport. The money that the Jets saved from Reddick's holdout and fines went into paying star wide receiver Devontae Adams. They took on $11.6 million of his $16.8 base salary. Reddick racked up $4.5 million in fines.
Yeah, but here's the deal.
Now what happened to 2 and 6?
One, you're 2 and 6, and then you fired your head coach. You're letting Aaron Rodgers run the whole deal. And secondly, you're losing. You got your ass beat by New England yesterday. Devontae Adams has made zero. I mean, the Wilson kid still target one.
But it's not even Devontae. Like I think people
It's
said
Rodgers.
it. People said it when they made the trade. Like Devontae Adams at 31 or whatever does not move the needle for the Jets. He doesn't all of a sudden put them ahead of the Bills and all the other teams in the AFC just because they got Devontae Adams. And 3-4 years ago, that would have been huge. But now he's a solid option for Rodgers, but they have many more issues than that.
Oh no, that's
including
just
their
one of
quarterback.
And the other option they have is you can help me on this one. But doesn't next year did Devontae restructure his deal to go to the Jets? Because I thought next year he becomes
he restructured it.
I thought okay.
They added 2 void years, so 2 imaginary years at the end of it to kind of lower his cap hit. They lowered his cap hit this year to $3.21 million, which allowed them to pay with the fine money racked up by Hassan Reddick.
Right, but he was scheduled to make like 18 this year.
They'll be eating this in 2 years like the Bucs did after Brady.
Or the Packers did with Bakhtiari.
Yeah.
And I think they ate a little bit. I think the Packers ate a little bit of Rodgers' money too. So anyway, I mean, do the Jets re-sign Devontae? If he doesn't go in there, let's just say the Jets continue to shiz the bed. Do you fire all? What do you do? Do you say, well, okay, we're stuck with what we got?
I'm resetting.
Were they premature to fire the coach?
Yeah, I mean,
is he bad? Is he
not
worse than Bowles?
No, nobody's worse than Bowles.
You're talking about New York?
Yeah,
They already fired their coach.
Was it premature to fire him like 2 weeks ago?
Well, I mean, it hasn't made a difference. They haven't won a game since they fired him.
I was going to say, yeah, it really hasn't made a difference.
Yeah, and here's the deal. We don't even know if he should have been fired. It could have been just Rodgers woke up on the wrong side of the bed because he seems to run the show right now, and he's wants to I don't know. Here's what I do know is that this guy was the number 1 overall pick for the Buccaneers out of Florida State. Came down here, looked pretty damn good as a rookie. Didn't he play 4 years and we didn't pick up the 5th-year option, or we did pick up the 5th?
We picked it up all right.
All right, so we picked up.
That's when he threw his 30 and 30.
All right, so we picked up his 5th-year option. He was the number 1 overall guy. I think, what was Jameis Winston's initial deal? Like $40 million, I don't know.
Yeah, number 1 picks normally I think you get about slotted $30 million or so.
Back then. And I think, and Lummy, I think he got every dime of his contract.
Oh, sure he did. Yeah.
But then he became an unrestricted free agent. We didn't get anything for him, did we?
Nope.
I mean, I think
they got Brady, buddy.
Yeah,
well, you're right.
Interceptions.
I said if the Bucs didn't get the full Jameis Winston experience with the 30 touchdowns and the 30 picks, who knew how hard they might go after Brady?
True.
Right.
Had he just had a
decent
30 touchdowns and 21 picks, they might be able to live with that.
30 touchdowns, 21 picks, they would have been in the postseason.
So
Dak Prescott.
we should be thankful for Jameis then.
So at that point, you're right, Red. If they make the postseason on Jameis's last year here, we're not going for Tom Brady.
No.
So anyway, Jameis Winston, we have history with him here as a Buck. He goes from the Bucks did he go to the Saints?
Yes.
Then he went to the Saints, and he dabbled as a starter there based on injuries, based on Drew Brees would be tweaked or varies. I mean, he was a starter a few times.
But he's really one of
and
the...
then we tweaked him when he was starting. Devin White blew out his knee.
That was supposed to be the year that he kind of took over. He was promised that once Drew Brees retired in New Orleans, that was going to be his team. And then they kind of threw him under the bus.
Well, then
he decided to re-sign and stay with New Orleans for 2 more years.
He made a mistake of playing the Bucs.
Yep.
And he made a mistake to go instead of sliding against the White. And White is an absolute monster. And he decides to try to not slide and gets that extra 2 yards. Well, I remember White took him back it was almost a horse collar.
It was.
It was. I don't even think it was a mistake by Jameis. I think it was just, bang, bang play.
And so blows out. I think he blew his knee out, did he not?
Tore his ACL.
Right. Then he I think he stayed on New Orleans another year or so.
2 years.
And then didn't he go to Cleveland?
There was video, Bubba, after the Saints won a game. There was a video of Jameis Winston dancing on crutches after one of their wins.
One of the most famous Jameis Winston looks like a stupid ass video is when he was with the Buccaneers and he was eating W's.
Right.
He was trying to get the team motivated right before they went out they were actually on the field on the sideline, and they all gathered around Jameis, and he was like, "Let's eat some W's," and he starts eating. He makes his hand into a W, and he starts eating all these W's. And I think players have later on down the road said this guy was, at that point we knew we were, this guy's a mental case. So he goes to play. Then he goes to the Browns. I don't know that he's had very many starts. He's come in a few times under injury situations. Let's not forget the Browns give up two number ones, three number ones, two number twos. I mean, to get this Deshaun Watson guy out of Houston, and at this point, Houston's faced with. What do you have? 24. He liked to go to massage parlors and get happy endings, and there was 24 women that he sued. That sued him civil. Well, they were going to go criminal, and then I think they wouldn't cooperate with the police once they got their civil money, and the Browns took him and gave him all the what was it at that time, the largest guaranteed contract, and
still is
$170 million,
$240 guaranteed.
Oh, is it 240?
Oh, yeah.
240. That's $250 million.
Guaranteed.
Wow.
Like, even though right now he's tweaked, he's still getting paid.
Yeah.
More than Josh Allen, more than Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, my God.
Everybody.
So, anyway, long story short, Jameis Winston steps in yesterday. By the way, Deshaun Watson came to the Browns and has had to sit out his first year with the Browns, which was 2 years ago, had to set out
11 games.
11 games for conduct
and he missed the whole year prior.
Right. So I think last year was his first year, wasn't it?
It was. He had about 5 games the year before, I think.
Yeah. He's done nothing. I mean, you might as well bring back Benny Kosar and let him start drinking again, because I mean that.
Well, you can't, Bubba. You owe this guy. Hundreds of millions.
He's done nothing. He's done nothing. They've surrounded him around a pretty decent defense. They at one time that they just got rid of his real good receiver Cooper.
Yeah, Amari Cooper.
And they've given Deshaun Watson, the tools to win. He's an ass bucket. And so yesterday, Jameis Winston, the journeyman, the former number 1 overall quarterback for the Bucs, the reason why we got Tom Brady, comes in yesterday, and they were facing. They're what are they? 2-5.
2-4, I think.
2-4,
2-5.
2-5, and they play Houlam yesterday.
Who the Browns played?
Yeah,
play the Ravens.
The Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens.
The best
Ravens
quarterback
team that's won 5 in a row. Lamar Jackson showing you why he's a multiple-time MVP.
Right. They play the Ravens, who at that time, or up until yesterday, was recognized as one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the league. Come in to Cleveland, ass bucket Cleveland, with ass bucket Jameis Winston, who wants to eat W's. And Jameis Winston would throw for 300 and I don't know how many yards?
334.
334. Here's his interview after the game, and very, very well rounded. He likes Jesus and he likes Eminem. Seems to be.
He's one of the most brilliant orators by accident of our time, I think.
Right.
Jameis Winston making.
Let's not forget when he was a senior at Florida State, he got arrested for stealing Alaskan snow crab.
Yeah, he got other trouble too. I mean, I hate to molest this conversation with sexual innuendos, but it seems like Cleveland's got a proclivity for players that touch girls inappropriately.
That's right. Jameis Winston had that allegation or investigation or whatever.
Couple of them. One when he was a senior, and then one with the Uber driver.
Yeah, and then
2 at least.
And then he stood up on the table in the rec room or whatever and yelled "F" her in the P.
Yep.
But that was just fun and games back then.
Yeah.
That's locker room stuff.
Yeah,
just out in the middle.
Didn't he get suspended like a half for
Yeah.
that or something?
He got literally suspended for 2 quarters.
And he still tried to come out.
He's still dressed up, and Jimbo Fisher had to tell him to go.
He still tried to start the game. They had to yank him.
Here we go.
Jameis Winston making your first start since 2022. The word you used before the game was unwavering. How do you describe this victory?
Unwavering faith, ultimate belief, depending on the Lord, and depending on the Lord should have been first.
I'm telling you right now, man, after football, he needs to be an evangelical preacher. Like, a Southern Baptist kind of guy.
He gets all the
Church
glory.
without
Thank
clues.
you, Jesus. Thank you for this win.
Talk to me about your team and the way they showed up today, coming off 5 consecutive losses.
Somebody said, Lummy, he still has his house here.
He sure does. He's neighbors with Dr. Dan.
No one
Oh, he's down there?
Yeah.
Is he in Josh's house?
Yeah, he's right around that area.
Oh, I thought he was up by Terra on Luke's Lake Fern.
Yankee Jib, $10. He has 2 houses. He has one up by Terra, and he has one by Dr. Dan.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Blamed you guys if you gave up. How did your guys show up this week in practice to get it done today against the Baltimore Ravens?
One play at a time. We fought. We gave everything that we could possibly give. Thank you for the offensive line. Thank you for the defensive line of winning the trenches. And thank you.
Oh, can you not open your eyes?
Open your eyes.
He's about to speak in tongues here. It's going crazy. It's coming to him.
Is he gonna fall back and go into a seizure?
Just wait. Just wait till
The Lord's taking over me.
Jameis, you're on TV, buddy. You're supposed to look into the camera.
The trenches. And thank you for the Browns fans for coming up and standing up and helping us get a victory here at home.
It's not often that you get another opportunity like you have just received in the NFL. What does it mean to lead these guys, and what could be the start of what you said is something special moving forward?
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said you only get one shot.
Now, if you're a black guy, if you're a white guy and you denote a rapper as there's this black guy, it doesn't really matter. He's just a guy.
I just like how he looked over his shoulder when he said like white boy.
Like he saw him.
I know, but like what I'm saying is it okay for a black guy to say there's a white guy? But I think if
you can't say a little black boy wrote a song about me. You can't say that.
Yeah, there's this black dude. Just black boy.
But you can't say boy. Boy is a very bad thing to say when you talk about African Americans. It's like you can't call them girls, the women either.
But you can't say you can call a white guy a white boy.
Yeah, you can call a white guy a white boy, but you can't call a black guy a black boy.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't.
I don't think
double standard.
What I'm saying is you're right. You're right.
I don't think Jameis.
But that's not fair.
I don't think Jameis had any malice when he said it, and I don't think Eminem would be upset.
No, I know, but society in general.
Society is upset. Yes.
He's just looking in the stands.
It's a white boy from Detroit.
See, it looks like literally Eminem's got his box like
exactly. He's like over there.
like Eminem's sitting like right here.
Oh, trust me, Eminem's nowhere near Cleveland on his day off.
Yeah. Eminem's introducing Barack Obama. See, literally, you would think that Eminem was like right there in this luxury box.
Right, he was looking at him.
There's this white boy from Michigan who's just right up there in box 10.
What up, man?
It's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got a quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
Unbelievable performance today.
Now, is Deshaun Watson out for the year?
Yeah.
So it looks like the 5, Jameis.
We get more of this, baby.
Will probably ride the year out because initially they were starting the guy before him, the second string guy.
Yeah.
Jameis was 3rd on the depth chart. Who was 2nd?
Dorian Thompson-Robinson, he was a rookie last year. But Jameis gives you, whether you like him or not, he can move the ball, so he gives you your best chance to win. I know Cleveland's not going anywhere, but you
can't put a rook in there if you got Jameis, right?
There's no what's the point of having Jameis on your team not to be a 3rd-string quarterback? He's one of the top backups in the league, and I think he will continue to be.
Well, and yesterday's performance pretty much solidifies that, given the right schemes, the right protection, he can be an NFL caliber quarterback.
Is he using contacts now? Can he see? Does he have an idea of what's...
Supposedly he's got LASIK.
He got LASIK, so he can see now?
I never knew LASIK fixed color blindness.
Oh, he didn't have color. That was
that was Testaverde.
Oh.
Yeah.
He just couldn't see. He was just nearsighted.
He kept saying that every year the reason why he was playing so bad is because he had trouble with his vision. So he finally fixed it after he left the Bucs.
Right, and he really hasn't done much since.
Well, he's never eclipsed 30 interceptions.
Well, true, but you got to start in order to do that.
Yeah, you got to throw 30 passes.
When I returned, Trump had a huge rally in Madison Square Garden.
Looked
yesterday.
like some sort of carnival, Bubba.
It did. It kind of looked like a mini RNC, did it not?
Well, I mean, with a twist of absolute chaos and C-list celebrities.
Wasn't Hogan there too?
Oh yeah.
Listen, for the first time, nothing against Hogan. God love him.
Please.
But
this is embarrassing.
He's 71 years old. And he's usually, up until yesterday, he's always been fairly fluid in his motions and his, when he would do his rip-off shirt gimmick. And, he didn't look like a broken down old man. He is. And I still have a special affection in my heart for Terry. But yesterday, I don't know. See, Lummy, when I used to travel with him, I'd do the pre-cut on the collar. And I don't know if Sky, his new wife, and by the way, when Linda traveled with him, she'd do the pre-cut.
Well, he came out feather boa, Bubba. I mean, he had, I don't know if there was things constructing his ability to actually rip the shirt off, but, I mean, he came out like it was WrestleMania. He was Hollywood Hulk Hogan.
Now, is there a chance? I mean, are they doing any polling in New York? Is with and this is just in question form. I'm only asking in question form because I don't know. But is there a chance he could win New York? Because when he did the Bronx deal, they say 30, 40,000. When he did, you only do huge events outside of or in, I should say, Madison Square Garden if you can pack it and it looks good.
But that's a good meet. I mean, Bubba, he had Musk, he had Melania, he had Tucker,
Hogan.
he had comedians that were there, Hogan. So I think Madison Square Garden is a great meetup spot, despite the fact that it might be Democrat territory. I still feel like what he did yesterday got the point across to all the voters.
Right. Still, latest poll still has him 14 points down.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Him winning New York is like Jameis Winston winning the Super Bowl. I mean, it's impossible.
Right. I mean, great analogy. Well, we'll get into the Trump. Trump did a couple things. He had a huge MAGA rally at the Madison Square Garden. We'll get into that. He also appeared on the Joe Rogan show Friday. It was pretty non-eventful. I mean, I'm just gonna call it out. It was pretty non-eventful.
Except for he was able to talk about things intelligently for 3 hours, which I challenge the other side to be able to do.
Well, I mean,
Kamala's smart for not going on Rogan. I don't think she'd be able to.
She can't hang with Rogan.
Never.
Yeah,
she can't hang with softballs from CNN.
Yeah, she can't hang with Anderson Cooper. Come on, dude.
I mean, she just for some reason.
That's why we got Beyonce doing the talking now.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Dick Cheney, baby.
He's back.
He's back. Him and Jimmy Carter are running together in 2028.
Jimmy Carter.
Everybody needs to leave Jimmy Carter alone, man.
What's up, Abe from Maine? Dan Gene, Kenny Bowers, Ruben Lips, Lane Galasso. Henry Sig. Horny Feed the ghosts. Feel butthurt. What's up, Yankee Jib? Neil Mont this year. Giga G, Big Buck, Big and Greasy. T. Barrington, good morning. Brandon Reams.
Hello, everybody on YouTube. Hello, Bobby Williams and Terry Monroe. Holyoke Joe. Over on my Facebook. Hello.
You're welcome. Bart Hutchison. Morning. What's up, Bubba's your God? Of God. Terry, Results, Lazaire, Roberto, Prez. Iggy. It's a big red. Good to see you yesterday. Thank you for the football cards. Tommy Reiner. Glenn Longford. The Bullets.
Lightning won.
Clay the Police. Is it real games or is it still preseason?
No, they're fucking 5 and I think they're 5-2.
Oh, it's real games.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Washington will.
TNT.
Washington was, I think, 5-1.
Cracker Chris.
Saturday night.
So they played a good team too. No.
Hey, Seth. Is Seth in here?
Yeah.
How good is that? Is that Ovechkin one of the best ever to play?
Yeah, he's gonna break the scoring record for the most goals ever.
More than Wayne?
Yeah.
Bubba.
But isn't he getting like 110?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Those Russians, they can fucking rub some vodka on it. They can play till they're fucking 50.
They're just happy not to be encamped. Right? I mean, they'll play till they can't play a fucking another lick.
I think some bullcorn is.
Well, I'm a Florida Panthers fan, born and raised in Sunrise.
There you go.
Born and raised.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Haven't got anything on anything. Let me on. Well, I haven't got anything on PayPal.
Red Neil Mal Plaisir.
Oh, I love my Neil Mal Plaisir. Thank you, my friend. I haven't got anything on PayPal. Maybe I don't got it hooked up right. Maybe just send me $1, somebody. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all that, the Bubba Army. That way I know it's working, you know? Just $1, whatever. I've actually had this story for a few weeks. I wanted to cover it while we have our resident plastic surgeon. I mean, Dan's a lot of things, but before he was my co-host, before he was a lawyer, I mean, Dan has really, really made his reputation in being one of the, very, very, very high-end, one of the best plastic surgeons, if not in the city, even in the state. So, Dr. Dan Diaco, in fact, a nice set of breasts in the Tampa Bay Metro has even been like, they're not even called, boobs or top by top sops. They're called, a lot of people call them, man, you got a nice set of Diacos, even if Dan didn't do them. So I wanted to ask him, have you heard about this? New York City plastic surgeon accused of turning model into sex slave, beat ex-wife, injected her with hormones. Disturbing court documents show. Have you seen that?
No, it sounds like a real sicko.
Yeah. A Manhattan plastic surgeon was accused of turning a model into a sex slave and a bomb. I didn't know, Dan, you had those type of injections you could make. This. Hey, I'll take a sex slave injection for my wife, please.
Yeah, it's right next to the,
right next to the collagen for her lips.
Right, and the Botox,
Yeah.
you have sex slave.
Sure.
It's labeled like that.
For
FDA
a
approved.
breast dog and a sex slave kicker, please.
Keep it next to my vaccines.
Amar. Well, I think this speaks volumes. I can't even pronounce his name, Dan. Maybe you can help me get through it.
Amar Mahmood.
Here we go.
Sounds guilty to me.
I don't think they call nice set of boobs in New York Mahmoods.
Mahmoods. Look at those Mahmoods.
Is
Oh my God.
Embroiled in a bitter legal battle with his former wife, a native of Syria.
Oh,
you got to watch those Syria chicks. You know.
Well, aren't they suicide bombing people?
I don't know.
Most of the
I
time.
don't even know where Syria is on the map.
They blew it up a couple thousand times. I think they just draw it in.
Yeah,
we're kind of used to be.
Syria is just rubble that they try to rebuild, but it's just at the end of the day.
It's like the Palestine.
Let me. Our PayPal is indeed working. Our girl Gloria Zach, $20 in the PayPal.
Oh, thank you.
At least we know it's working now. Thank you so much, Gloria. I'm gonna go watch your mom and my mom Thursday. Play shuffleboard because my mom and her mom are on the shuffleboard team.
Really?
That out at the retirement community. Plaintiff's former husband attacked her on several occasions, including pushing her out of the house on a cold day without any clothes on, forcibly injecting growth hormones into her so that she could achieve the perfect body. This is this guy right here. It just shows him on the phone a lot. Look what he did. Now, Dan, in order to get a black eye,
that black.
I'm going to say, let me ask the question. In order to get a black eye that black,
yeah,
and that is an absolute straight knuckle to the orbital.
No, it's probably a broken bone because to get that kind of hematoma, it's probably an orbital fracture. It's you probably broke the eye socket,
which causes it that much damage.
Much blood. Yeah, and swollen shut like that. I mean, that's not just a pop in the eye. That's more than that.
Many of her accusations, such as an indecent such as an incident in which he allegedly beat her and smothered her with a pillow. Mirror the abuse allegedly suffered by his ex-girlfriend, who filed her own civil suit against the doc. So it sounds like he likes to beat up chicks, and there's a lot of documentation potentially.
Looks like it.
And wow.
Yeah, I think any guy that beats up a girl should just be killed. I really don't understand it. Forcibly injecting her with growth hormone, I don't buy that. I think that's BS. That's a tack on, that doesn't make any sense. People want growth hormone. People ask for growth hormone. It's not like he forced it on her and that was like a big problem.
How about the smashing of your orbital?
And all the bruises on her. That's bad. Those are problems. You know what I mean? The broken, look at that. She looks battered.
In order to be... Now, that's probably after her eye has now been healed a while. But just look, like, in order for a woman to have bruising on the bicep and the forearm, that's somebody grabbing them very hard, swinging them around, holding them down. That's in order to pinch or to grab somebody's arm to leave that. And those look like those have been healed for a while, much like her eye. And the other thing is, I think, again, the growth hormone, he's a bodybuilder, supposedly. So he was doing growth hormone and was probably giving her some of it. If I'm a prosecuting attorney, I'm like, you know what? I don't even need the growth hormone kicker. I got plenty of information and data with the broken orbital and getting thrown around.
And two different girls said he beat on him. So I believe, they're habitual. And again, guys that beat women are cowards, and they should be killed.
The guy, after coming home from an evening with friends, allegedly battered his then wife by stepping on her neck, throwing her on the floor, hitting her in the face several times with an open hand, smothering her with a pillow. which prevented her from breathing or making any noise.
Isn't that what they do in Syria, though? Isn't that like part of that Sharia law where they can just like beat the out of their wives and their significant others, and there's just absolutely no recourse for their significant others in those countries?
I think Sharia law. Sharia law. has
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I think
they have no rights. They're a chattel. They're property.
Yeah, a lot of countries, like, you can beat your woman, and like if she even like looks at your neighbor, like, or even says hi to your neighbor without her burqa on, I think you can do bad things to them. It's not good for women in certain parts of the world. It really is. I don't understand why NATO can't step in and say, not only can we protect your country from getting bombed from another one, but we can also protect the women.
Because it's a religion.
Oh.
Don't touch the religion.
So the religion.
The Muslim religion.
They're hypocrites. They're hypocrites.
And who wants to be in a religion that, like, women don't want to. I'm sure
The men
women
do.
I know the men want to be in it so they can, have multiple wives and beat the crap out of their wives and treat them like property. But, like, what if you're a woman in Syria or Jordan or whatever the hell, and you're like, hey, listen, I don't think I want to participate in this religion. I think they just kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's immoral to use a gas engine, but it's okay to beat your wife and to maim your kids in the name of religion. It's disgusting.
The lawsuit contends that as the couple's marriage broke down, Nakorai, who I think is the dude, in June of 2014 began to tell friends and family in Syria that her daughter-in-law, this must be her mom, her mother, I guess her mom, no, her daughter-in-law would have been the doctor's mom. She was telling people that she was a hermaphrodite, which I guess is, bad.
I mean, hermaphrodites got, mixed genitalia.
She doesn't look. This woman does not. Does that give you?
Can't tell.
Does that give her why? Does that give her?
You can't tell what she's packing. She could have both privates down there. You never know. Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, does that look like a hermaphrodite to you?
I don't see that other package down there.
Yeah, like,
No, it looks pretty good.
like
A hermaphrodite is both packages, isn't it?
Yeah.
yeah, and I don't think that if this woman here is a hermaphrodite, then she has the smallest penis in the history of penises.
Well, she may be like a testicular feminization person, someone that can't have kids because they're really an XY male, but phenotypically they look like a female. So they have, like I said, a vagina, no distal third to their vagina, no cervix or uterus. They have testicles that are undescended and no visible penis. She could have that.
Whatever Dan just said.
Jamie Lee Curtis disease.
Now, does Jamie Lee Curtis is indeed she been diagnosed as that?
I'm pretty sure she's come out as a spokesperson for those people with that condition.
Is it called hermaphrodite?
It's called testicular feminization.
Hey, good morning, Alexa. Alexa, good morning. I'm trying to get
Dad, my baby is a hermaphrodite for a minute.
Alexa, good morning.
Yeah, they couldn't tell the sex. Yeah.
Good
What were
morning.
we like when she was like 16
and
weeks
happy birthday
pregnant?
to actor Joaquin Phoenix,
Yeah.
born on
Doesn't
this
count.
day in 1974. In 2020, he won the Academy Award for Best Actor
right, Alexa,
for
thank
playing
you.
the title
Stop.
role in Joker.
Alexa,
Today
stop. So your baby was born with whatever?
No, they when she was in the womb and
They couldn't tell.
They said that she was a boy at first, and then we came back the next 2 weeks, and then they said that they weren't sure and that they thought she was a girl, and then I started freaking out about a hermaphrodite, and I think the doctor tried to calm me down that it wasn't that.
They probably couldn't. A lot of times, Dan, you're the doctor. I'm just going to make an observation that I've heard, but a lot of times the way the baby is sitting or positioned in the belly, they can't get a clear-cut view of the genitalia.
Yeah, they're looking for a hot dog or a hamburger.
Yeah, and so, they can't quite find it because the baby, whatever, has its legs crossed.
Got a
or
burrito. Can't figure it out.
Can't figure it out. Hey, Alexa, is Jamie Lee Curtis a hermaphrodite? I just woke her up.
Yeah.
She ain't gonna
hello.
answer that question. Ask her if she's got testicular feminization.
Hey, Alexa, does Jamie Lee Curtis have testicular feminization?
Good job.
I do not have information on that. For information on coronavirus, you can ask what is coronavirus? Or what are the symptoms of coronavirus?
Aren't we way over the coronavirus?
Does
Are we
Jamie
still-
Lee Curtis have a package?
Hey, Alexa, does Jamie Lee Curtis have a penis?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
She's woke.
this guy firing up.
Did Jamie Lee Curtis
No,
have children? Could Jamie?
So
yeah.
she has children. Yes, it's a false. It's false.
She has what? She has children she bore.
Yes. And,
Out of her pee hole?
And now her child is transgender. But it is false that she was born with male and female sex organs.
You don't see
I always thought that she was, in some movies, trading places and things like that, man. I always thought that she was hot as hell.
She was hot.
Body.
And a lot of people with testicular feminization are hot.
And so what's testicular feminization mean?
That means that you are an XY genetic male with usually undescended testicles, and you look like a female. The problem is your body doesn't see testosterone.
But do you have a penis?
No, they don't have a penis because we all start off as women first.
All right. So every human being starts out as a girl.
Mm-hmm.
And then your clitoris either stays a clitoris, I'm being medical, or grows into a penis.
Essentially, yes.
Yes.
And
at
she
that
does
time,
have that, yeah.
She has what?
Whatever Dr. Dan said. Testicular feminization.
So does that
or
mean-
androgen insensitivity syndrome.
Yeah, exactly. She's an androgen insensitive male. She's a dude that doesn't see testosterone, so she starts off. We all start off as girls, and she never transferred into a boy.
All right, but hold on.
Transformed.
What does she have junk-wise?
She has a vagina, a short vagina with no cervix, uterus, or ovaries. She had probably at some point undescended testicles, meaning they were in her belly. They weren't like exposed.
So her balls didn't drop.
No, she didn't have. No, they stayed in her belly.
And so they have to go harvest them?
Usually, they become cancer.
So you go get them.
Yes,
And
and
she's got
undescended testes have a high risk of turning into cancer.
And she's got an itty bitty little vagina.
She's got a normal looking, like the external vagina is normal, but it's short. It's like, if you weren't well endowed, you could hit the back end.
Wow.
They have to dilate. Like people that have sex changes have to do that too.
And she has children?
She'd have children the way
she
that
has
normal
two.
people. Yeah, she adopted them or something. It's not that she bore two children. She couldn't. She doesn't have a uterus.
The RNC, I'm sorry, the Madison Square Garden Trump rally wasn't it yesterday, Lummy? Or is it
Saturday night? Saturday.
And Trump had a big ass rally at Madison Square Garden. He's at one time he thought he could maybe potentially win New York, but he's down 14 in New York. And so he had a huge ass rally. Everybody was there, from Hulk Hogan to Tucker Carlson to his lovely wife Ivanka.
Or Melania.
I'm sorry, Melania. Ivanka was his second wife, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
He's had what, 3, 4?
Marla Maples, Ivanka, and then Melania.
Do you know who Melania reminds me of? You're gonna get mad. Romina.
The way she talks, or just the way she looks?
Both.
Well, she's one of the prettiest women in the world, so it's not a bad thing to say.
No, I'm not trying to make it a bad thing. I'm trying to say that your wife physically looks a lot like Melania. I feel, well, hold on. I know. Now, does your wife know, as much as she hates me, does she know that I find her very attractive?
Yes.
Okay. Is that? Oh, that might see that actually.
It might be a little creepy.
Yeah, that might be creepy.
Yeah, that's a bit creepy.
She takes it creepily.
A little bit, like when the roofer texted her.
I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with. I'm not familiar with.
Maybe we'll talk about that one off air.
All right. Well, I mean, like that's just like that's just how negative she is to me. Because if I find
we don't even know the roofer story.
Hold on, I find Krista and Candle very attractive, and neither one of them take it the bad way. Neither one of them think it's creepy. They're just like, oh, that's cool. Thank you.
You know that you're not everybody's cup of tea at this point in your life, right? Even close friends of the show.
Here's what I can't. I just really cannot wrap my head around the disdain that Dan's wife has for me, because I've been nothing but great to her.
Because you've taken O'Donnell away from the family. You've given O'Donnell another thing to worry about in his life. Taking O'Donnell's eyes off the prize.
So Dan is her disdain for
That's why
me.
she doesn't like O'Donnell either.
Directly because you come on the show 2 days a week. Is that her the most of her hate for me?
I don't know. It's hard to figure it out. I don't even understand her half the time. So I'm just.
Have you ever flat out asked her, why do you hate Bubba so much? He's the one. I was never going to put boobs on you. I'd gone nearly a decade by kicking that can down the road. Finally, Bubba's put his foot down, and now you have some of the nicest breasts in South Tampa.
And she does, and I thank you for that. But I don't know.
You don't think
I can't ration with her.
It hurts my feelings.
Does it?
Because here's the deal. Now Sophia hates me because
but she hates me too.
Oh, okay. So the only chance we got is with little Danny?
Yes, dude. It's just you, me, and Danny.
Okay, there you go.
It's the three of us.
At the end of the day, when I have to live in the carriage house to run for mayor, it's just going to be me, you, and Danny?
Yes.
Okay.
The girls are going to be elsewhere.
Well, why can't we displace them in the carriage house and we go live in the big house?
We could do that.
Or maybe Bella will find a new place and we can go back and live in the original OG across the street.
Yeah,
that's
be nice.
Yeah. Let's go get Bella a nice apartment somewhere else and
closer to school.
Yeah. Let's get Bella a place. She's got what, 2 more years of law school?
Not even. She's got a year and a half. She just won a national competition.
Oh, I heard that she won.
She won the trial team national competition. She got best opening, and then she won the whole damn thing. And she's only a second-year law student.
And hold on. That's an award that nobody, her dad, who is a lawyer,
right.
You, who is a lawyer, Jay, who's a lawyer, none of you guys have won this.
Jay got second in the nation.
Second ain't what she got,
Nope.
bitch.
Nope. Ask.
I don't want to hear Jay got second. I want to hear who won.
Ask the Buffalo Bills.
Tell me now who won of all the Diacos.
Bella.
That's it.
Bella.
Second don't count. Ricky Bobby says second place is the first loser.
Right.
It's what it is.
You can tell that to Jay when he gets here.
I'm not. I will.
I'm
not afraid.
I
say, Jay, you know what Bella is? She's not a loser like you because you got second place.
Oh, I can't wait.
Bella got first. Let's just call it like it is. I know you guys are folding her right into the firm as soon as she's available, are you not?
I think so, yes.
And having another, listen, female and law, which was really, really a male-dominated space for years, has now flipped, and you like a really good female.
It's like female race car drivers.
Well, female lawyers are now really sought after.
Yeah,
they play well with judges. They play well with juries.
A lot of judges are women,
and they play well with society.
Mm-hmm.
You can put a woman as counsel. Just grilling the hell out of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but you put a man grilling a woman on the witness stand and the same questions, and the jury will perceive him as a bully.
Yep.
But a woman could actually even get stiffer than what Jay could.
Mm-hmm.
Jay would be considered, or you, a bully. Bella's just another woman, asking another woman a series of hard questions.
Right.
Here's Melania last night, didn't she? Now, did it go was it all the clown show and then Melania? Where was Melania?
Yeah, Melania right before.
Good. Because, let's not forget there was Tucker. There was
Hogan, Elon.
Dr.
Phil.
And she is beautiful.
She's absolutely stunning.
And I venture to say that she's more intelligent than Jill Biden.
But she hates her husband more than Jill hates hers.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Oh, definitely. One controls her. She can't control Trump.
Hold on. You know what? Melania has a lot of Romina characteristics in the fact that she hates her husband. I'm only up here because they make me go up here.
You have the same accent.
And it's true. I'm now Melania. I mean,
it's the same Malaysian accent.
I can't do a Melania.
She had a real limited amount of appearances. I know she surprised him at the RNC. I know she did this. And
they should. They should only roll her out on real special occasions.
And now,
my husband, Donnie.
They say that she's related to the Romanov family, which is the last family in Russia before the Bolshevik Revolution.
please welcome our next Commander-in-Chief, my husband, President Donald J. Trump.
Comrade Trump.
I'd like to see her and Kamala in a debate, like a little bitch fight, wouldn't you?
Oh, she'd tear her wig right off. You think Kamala wears a wig?
No, I don't think so.
You think she's got enough Indian that the hair grows?
No, I think she's on Xannies and alcohol.
Does that grow hair?
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life. If I had
Kind of a low energy start, but I got you.
Yeah. Why do the Secret Service guys always look mad?
Because hold on, Dan. Because they're freaked out, man. They're freaked out. I mean,
they don't gotta be angry looking.
On. We came. Those poor dudes.
They gotta be ready to die at any moment.
1/78 of an inch of him not being here. I mean, just think about that. I mean, if we stop and just think about that. Think about what. I mean.
There's literally a quarter of an inch.
Oh my God!
And we had catastrophe.
And we got live on TV. We got brains blown, everywhere. I mean, it would be worse than JFK.
Stars to be living here today, but the flag still stands for freedom.
Now, does he go up and give her any?
He gives her like a kiss on the cheek.
Does he?
Yeah,
little bandit.
I have. Let me so that I'm right on time. I'm going to go into words, but we got him. We got Tucker. We got Hogan. we got Trump on Joe Rogan. Did anybody besides me happen to see the Ice Cube Friday night? Was it Friday or Saturday?
It was Friday. It was Saturday night.
Saturday night. Yeah. So the Dodgers win in rock star fashion Friday night.
That was a great game.
It's tied up. It's 10th inning, tied up. And this guy, Freddie Fender, or whatever the hell his name is. Freddie Freeman, who really is just kind of, he's not a big time.
No, he is.
He's a huge star. A lot of money.
Second baseman, right?
And first baseman.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not. I don't think he hit 42 homers this year.
He's a huge star.
Yeah, he was a huge sign.
Him, Mookie Betts, Shohei.
So anyway, he's a second baseman.
He sucks.
No, but hold on.
But I'm just telling you, he's good. But
yeah,
it's okay.
He's a really good player.
He's really good, but he's maybe fourth or fifth on the star factor of the Dodgers.
Yes, I understand your argument, Bubba. I understand your reason.
Right? I
mean, he's not Ohtani.
He's not Ohtani. He's not Mookie. He's not whatever. But you're right, Seth. He's a big star, and he gets and he's really kind of an expert at left-handed bat. Like Saturday night he hit one out. So the Dodgers, it goes into the 10th. It's tied. Bases get juiced. And this Freddie Fender dude just knocks a grand. Lummy, I can't even tell you the last time in the World Series that there was a walk-off grand slammy.
I think it's the first one.
I think it
might
is the
be.
first one.
What is the World Series dates back to the 1800s, doesn't it?
Yes.
So
yeah, but how many times is a kid's like, okay, bottom of the 9th inning, bases loaded, 2 outs, full count. I mean, it's a scenario that every child wants his entire life.
The only scenario that it didn't fill was the fact that if you're playing that game as a child, bottom of the 9th, you're down by 3.
Right, instead of by 1. Right.
Instead of by 1.
Right.
Because you need that. You need
all 4.
Yeah. Grand slam equals 4 runs.
But still, it's awesome. I mean, but also, Bubba, having all those people on plate is more pressure because you can trigger, an easy, get the guy at third, get the guy at second.
Was there 2 outs, Lummy? Was there 2 outs?
Yes.
Yeah, there were 2 outs.
2 outs, bottom of the 10th, tied up.
Awesome.
World Series. Freddie Fender blasts one, grand slammy. They win. That's Friday night. So then Saturday night, Saturday I leave my apartment at 5 o'clock. I get to Ocala at 7, and I work. I don't take one break. I don't even get off for lunch.
Really?
I between the grader, the skid steer, loading material, moving bin block, getting fence stuff, I'm there till 6 o'clock. I leave Ocala at 6, and I'm like, listen, I'm going home, taking a shower, and then watching sports. And I can't. ESPN really needs to stop screwing Colorado and doing these 10-25 start games. Like they're getting greedy. Like that second game that you think you got to get in, that Miami-Florida State game, realize you can break away from it earlier because it was supposed to start I think the original start time for Colorado was 10:15.
Don't you get every channel? I mean, what do you?
I do, but I'm like,
it's too late for you.
Well, it didn't get over till 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Bubba, they play out west in the mountains. You know,
even Dion hates the late start games. So anyway,
Yeah, they kind of screw him on that.
Yeah. So anyway,
it's not like they're in Florida getting 11:30 start times.
I'm watching the World Series. I'm watching the World Series before the Colorado game, and did anybody? It was, oh my God, the way that the Los Angeles Dodgers had their opening. You know, like there a lot of times, a lot of teams will have a opening ceremony as a national anthem, first pitch. So they're celebrity based, whatever. Well, you're in LA now. And, you know, the home of entertainment and whatever, West Coast rap. And the Dodgers had Ice Cube do something I've never seen done in baseball before. And he started in center field, and he had 2 songs. He sang a song about kind of the Dodgers in L.A., and then he went in Today Was a Good Day. And I think I'm the only person that saw it.
Yes.
But I have it. I'm going to come back with it. But it was... I mean, he had everybody just jacked, including the Yankees players. They were jacked on the deal. They were like, hell yeah, this is cool.
Were you more jacked watching his performance or the Freddie Freeman bomb? That ass bucket Freddie Freeman.
Well, the Ice Cube performance
a little earlier in the evening
got me jacked for the Freddie Freeman
okay
bomb.
Yeah, I was amazed at the Dodgers pitcher in the second game was like 5'11", 170 pounds.
Japanese dude.
And he pitched almost into the 7th inning.
Right.
And, I mean, he was a little guy. I can't believe a little guy was throwing 99-mile-an-hour balls all day long.
Was that Yamamoto?
I think it was.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
Ohtani supposedly got hurt his shoulder sliding into second, but they popped it back in. And Game 3 is tonight.
He's playing
in New York. I was saying, like, I wonder if New York now kind of takes a template of what the Dodgers did. Do they come with like a 50 Cent or a Jay-Z kind of deal to kind of go tit for tat?
Ice-T instead of Ice Cube? Something.
Ice-T's not really a New York guy. Ice-T's an LA guy. So New York guys would be like, well, your first and foremost.
P. Diddy.
Well, no, your first and foremost would be Jay-Z. Jay-Z would be the biggest of all time. I don't think Jay-Z. I don't think they could have rehearsed this. Well, they'd have to have rehearsed it over the weekend. Jay-Z right now with who's available and recognized as a New York-based guy would be Jay-Z, probably 50 Cent. Who else would be
Nas?
Wu-Tang.
Yeah, Nas is in there.
All right.
Little Kim.
Do they Nicki Minaj?
Cardi B.
They're like, hey, let's put a chick up here.
Well, I mean, Nicki Minaj would be. I mean, that would be huge.
That would
huge. Yeah, I don't know if anybody would be focused on the game at all. I don't know though, Bubba. I can't see. I think that was special that LA did that, but I can't see the Yankees scrambling to go. We got to do exactly what the Dodgers did, especially because they're down 0-2 right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, why not do what the Dodgers did? They are down 0-2. They have taken the first 2 from us. Like, why not emulate them? So anyway, I'm gonna play a little bit of that. This performance was, and you can tell that he had a live mic. This was not, a lip sync. This was not lip synced. This was background music with a live mic. Just so brilliantly executed. Talking about the Dodgers opening ceremonies versus the Yankees Saturday night. We'll get to that as well.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
That you lied, straight face. While I cry, still I look to find a reason to believe.
Yeah, Kenny.
Man, I was watching my Oklahoma City Thunder last night, man.
We didn't get to have someone like HQ. We had who the fuck was it for the World Series?
I love Shane Brown. He said he's going to be down here in a week.
We had Brian down to
Yeah, he is.
raise.
I think he is.
Yeah, he said we're going to go to Tate's. Oh, man. Me and Shane Brown go Colts, baby.
Fat Joe is doing something for the Yankee game. It was announced on Yankee Radio. So they're coming out with Fat Joe, Tony D. All right. J-Rod 4455, 48 months. Did you get the email there? Stop and go Steve BubArmyPicks@gmail.com. And don't forget the Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. What's up, Bubba Skinkles? Sorry, what's up, Glenn Longnecker? Alright. Tell you right here, thanks. Hey, my back ankles. I gotta text you. I'm gonna text you now. So I have it in my phone.
Dan's rehabbing the shoulder out there. He's ready to pitch tonight. Oh, man. What up, Quicker Ticker?
What's up, Big E?
What up, Grouper Lips?
Let's see my thing.
Let me see here. I'm trying to find the fucking Hogan. I had it. He might be here now. Send me the Hogan thing. All right.
I sent it to you.
Same here, Big E. I'm not watching.
Bears lose?
Didn't watch the game last night. Not gonna watch Monday Night Football. I'm kind of checked out on football this week. I'll get back to it next week.
Chicago didn't do good?
What's that?
Chicago didn't do well?
Look at Todd Allen.
No, it's a real bad situation.
He's okay though, right?
Yeah, everybody's okay. It's just
No injuries, just
a real tough pill to swallow.
rookie speed bumps?
not even that.
We'll get to it. It'll be a triggering moment.
I don't want to trigger him.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Monday, October 28th, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Again, thank you so much to Drooper Lips, Scout and Big Gulp, Bob Cook, the head of the Indiana Mafia, Johnny Costica, Greg and Amy, Wizzy, Cable Dog, Buck, Big Red, and the Green Bay Packer helmet they got me, signed by Jordan Love and presented to me last Friday. Unbelievable. Man, the Packers.
Where is that helmet, by the way? I want to see it in real life.
I'll show it to you after, and during the break. They should come up with that scheme. You know, is that what they do? Is they make these helmets, and then the team potentially accepts him as a potential, scheme? Because a lot of teams, are they allowed X amount of games to come up with a commemorative or a special edition helmet, which is not the same as their traditional helmet? Because I know the Packers. The Bucks this past weekend had the creamsicle deal. But by the way, I just found a statistic that the Bucks are 0-2 when they're creamsicle Willie.
Are they 0-2 or are they 0-6? Because they've done it before this last 2 years.
I don't know. I've heard 0-2.
I don't think they've ever won wearing the orange after they switched.
They're 0-2 with Baker.
And so, does the league have like a team can come up with X amount of different uniforms?
They can come up with a third helmet.
You can. So there's three different combinations they can do during the 17-game season.
Yes.
Okay. So the Packers did an all-white one a couple weeks ago, which I thought was kind of stupid. I didn't really like it, but so they're allowed 2 more. Here is, and again, this is just, I find this very, I know the logistics it would take to pull off a production like this with, 60 or 70,000 fans, to get the sound right, to have a live mic and not for it to be voice tracked. And it just, it really, really, really hyped the crowd, which is what they want to do. And it was just, I felt a very, very, very well-produced, opening ceremonies to the, I don't know which, is this the...
Well, these Hollywood pedophiles who drink, kids' blood, Bubba, they know how to produce a show.
They do.
Yeah, we had Brian Knobs when we made the World Series.
For real?
Yeah.
What did he do?
He came out and
played the spoons.
He tried to come out and hype us up.
Wow.
Hey, just that's about it. I mean,
yeah.
It was 2008. It was a different time.
Yeah. So this is
austerity.
This is the opening ceremonies for Game 2 of the World Series, Saturday night in Los Angeles. I think the series goes 2 in LA, 3 in New York, then 1-1. Is that how it goes?
Yeah. No, they get to final 2 in LA.
2 in LA.
2-3-2.
So it's 2-3-2?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So there you go. There could be a few more back in LA. They're hoping not. Here it is. Here's Ice Cube opening up this, and this is just great.
Make some noise and throw up your dubs for the West Coast Don, Ice Cube.
Yay, yay! How y'all feeling, LA?
Now he's in dead center field. Dead center field. First of all, I couldn't do this performance because I'd be out of breath by the time I got to home plate. No, by the time I got to second base, thanks.
Sorry.
The world is mine, homie, get back. Don't mess with my stack, the gauge is whack. About to drop the bomb, I'm the West Coast Don. Big fish in a small pond.
So, and just the quality of it not being, I can tell that it's not, voice tracked. It's him live on the mic with, background music, and it's just the quality and just the whole concept. Just wait.
Now the Yanks trying to throw they book at the crook, but I shook. They worm and they hook. Guppies hold they breath. They want to miss me when I'm tipsy. Running everything west of the Mississippi. It's the unseen pulling strings with my pinky ring. We got your woman pucker up. We fuck them up. Bow down before I make a phone call. Got 25 homies running up on y'all for the cheese. Want them keys? Everybody freeze on your knees. West Coast, please. Before any of you Yankees.
So they even got. So he's dissing the Yankees.
They're loving it,
but
though.
The Yankees. Look at this white guy on the Yankees. He's like, they're kind of calling us a bunch of ass buckets, but I like it. Watch him.
West Coast, please. Before any of you Yankees get hard.
He is really getting it done.
Part sing it when you come to our town. When you West with pound. Cause we ain't no haters like you. Bow down to a
We ain't no haters like you. Bow down.
team that's greater than you. When
Freddie.
you come to our town, y'all. When you West with pound, y'all. We ain't no haters
All
like
right, let me just go on record now so the haters didn't kill me. Freddie Fender's not an ass bucket. He is a very, very much, very unbelievable player, which he demonstrated on Friday night with a walk-off grand slam, probably the first walk-off grand slam in the history of the league in the 110 years they've been doing this. So, no, he's not. He's not an ass bucket. I was so wrong in saying that. He's a superstar.
Hall of
ladies and
Famer,
gentlemen.
Bubba.
Yeah, exactly.
Will he be a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
you. Bow down to a team that's greater than you. Fool.
Bow down to a team that's greater than you, fool. Right in to his biggest hit ever. And so listen to some of the changes he had to make, because the original one is about, blasting a chick named Kim. And, so and there's another topic where he goes, last night was playing basketball, messed around, got a triple-double. Well, he made it baseball specific. So he really made it Dodgers specific. And, nobody knows the song he just probably wrote just a couple of days ago about this, this diss Yankee song, but everybody knows today was a good day.
Right.
Everybody knows. And arguably, Seth, would you not say probably arguably one of the top 10 rap songs of all times?
I think it's in there for sure.
It's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's greater than you, fool. How y'all feeling out there today?
Oh, yeah. Is this just not a really good, it's out of the box thinking.
I'm ready to start a gang.
I know.
Let's go, baby.
Seth's ready to get his Bubba Army knife out and start slicing.
Are we gonna win game 2 or what? We're doing this for Fernando, baby.
Fernando Valenzuela, who was the infamous pitcher, who just lost his life, just died, and they have the mound. They have his number. Is it 34?
Yeah.
34 on all the jerseys, plus behind the mound he's a Hall of Famer. I think.
Is he?
I don't know. Did he make it in Cooperstown? Or was he like?
I know he was a massive character.
Yeah. I think he only had like 3 or 4 good years.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
Fernando, but he was very much an iconic Dodger. Very much.
Just like game 1, homie.
He is a member of the Mexican Professional Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, there you go.
Sing it, LA.
Which is actually harder for an American man to make it into than it is for Cooperstown. Here we go.
Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. I don't know, but today seems kind of odd.
Now he's moseyed his way all the way from center field. Now he's right by second base.
From the dog, no smoke, and homie cooked the breakfast with no hog. Got my grub on, but didn't pig out. Finally got a call from a girl that wanna hang out.
It was.
That's the manager.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
rapping.
By the way, it was a girl I wanted to dig out, but he put.
Hooked it up for later as we hit the dope. Thinking, will I live another 24? I gotta go cause I got me a drop top. If I hit the switch, I can make the
ass drop. They knock out ass.
Had to stop at a red light, looking in my mirror, now the jacker in sight, and everything is all right. I got a beat from Kim, and she can hang all night.
She can go all night. Now he's by the 34 pitcher's mound tribute to Fernando
Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Called up the homies, and I'm asking y'all, which part are y'all playing baseball?
Baseball. But originally it was basketball.
Get me on the field, and I'm trouble. Last week messed around, and I hit a double. Freaking Yankees every way like Kobe. I can't believe today was a good day. LA, today was a good.
See, Magic Johnson, who, by the way, did you guys know is part owner of the Dodgers?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And Washington.
Yeah.
The football team.
Yeah. Is this? This is just a good vibe, good production. This is good.
You know. I drove to the pad and hit the showers. Didn't even get no static from the couch. ask me. Saw the police and they rolled right past me. No flexion, didn't even look in the homie's direction as I ran the intersection. Went to Dubsy's house, they was watching you on TV rap. What the haps on the crowd? They went shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em, pull 'em in a circle.
This is Ice Cube's opening ceremonies for the Game 2 Dodgers-Yankees in L.A. Saturday night.
The homies and watch me break them with the 7-11, 7-11, 7 even back door Little Joe. I picked up the cash flow. Then we played bones and I was yelling domino. Plus nobody I know got beaten South Central LA. Today was a good day. It's time for Dodger baseball, baby.
And then he drops the mic right on home plate. I mean, pretty strong, don't you think?
Oh, it's great. It's great. Great pre-show.
By most opening ceremonies, Seth, how would you gauge that by most opening ceremonies? First pitch, national anthem, all the things that a Major League Baseball team could do to get your crowd into the Game 2 World Series.
I love a good walking musical performance. I just don't know. Did I hear, let me say, Fat Joe was going to be doing something tonight at the Yankees game?
Yeah, that's what they said. That's going to look stupid. I mean,
that's the
Fat Joe?
This right here is this guy's rap royalty. Fat Joe ain't rap royalty. Fat Joe's not even in the same conversation as Ice Cube.
He did lose a bunch of weight off Ozempic, though.
I know. That's what's even, if you're Fat Joe, now you Ozempic Joe?
He's Joe.
But I mean, what was Fat Joe's biggest hit?
Was it Make It Rain? Was it Lean Back?
I mean, was it anything comparable to Today Was a Good Day?
No.
And I don't know if Fat Joe can walk all the way from center field to the. Was he going to have a Segway or something?
I just don't know how crucial it is that the Yankees have to have a performance.
Well, but you know how we talked about, will the Yankees try to. The only person the Yankees could put on there, there's only two people, the Yankees, that are New York, East Coast wrapped base. The only two people that the Yankees could even put up there that would potentially be as, huge as Ice Cube would be number one, Jay-Z. He might be the biggest of all time. Jay-Z's probably bigger than Ice Cube. Maybe.
Yes.
And then 50 Cent. Those are the only two. And 50 Cent, I don't think, is on Ice Cube's level, just below him. But
he's bigger, man.
50 Cent's bigger than Ice Cube?
50's a billionaire, man.
Okay. But, those two would be, that would be like, oh, wow, they had Ice Cube, but we got 50. That's cool. Now people of New York say, oh, they had Ice Cube who knocked it out of the park, and we got ... Fat Joe. Who's going to be next? Heavy D?
They just need Aaron Judge, I think, over Fat Joe.
Yeah, you know what? Okay. Now, if Aaron Judge did that would be great as hell, right?
Well, yeah, I think people wanted to hit the ball a little bit more, but if he could bust out a musical performance, that would help him.
I was looking at him at the plate on Saturday. Is he one of the biggest players in the history of the league?
Size-wise?
Yeah.
He's huge.
Yeah,
he's 6'7", 320?
No, he's a high 270.
God, he's big.
He's ripped.
A bunt of his could be like a homie.
Yeah, he's a stud.
Stanton's big, too.
It's amazing, guys that big, and pitchers are huge, too, except for that guy that pitched for the Dodgers.
The little Japanese guy.
Yeah, he was tiny.
The little Japanese guy. Hello.
Guys, Ryan from New York.
Hi, Ryan. You're a New Yorker. It'd be interesting to get your spin on this, bud.
Okay, Fat Joe and these guys, they're huge in New York. He might not be big across the country, but they're going to move the crowd. Fat Joe, even this Dominican El Alfa who does this Soto shuffle, they're going to move the crowd.
I know, but hold on.
The crowd will be more into it.
All right, but hold on. Let me. Okay, it is very important to whoever's performing to move the crowd. I guess that's probably your number one job. But man, if you can also everybody that's watching the game, I mean, obviously you would agree with me that the TV audience is far greater than the 46,000 they're going to put at Yankee Stadium. So if
I agree with that.
If the entertainer you're putting up is also moving the 8 or 9 or 10 or 15 or 30 million people that are watching the game, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like it's a much bigger deal. But, I mean, maybe Fat Joe is very much a New York thing, and he can move the crowd as much as Ice Cube did in L.A. That would be a call for you.
I don't know, but I think there's a lot of Dominicans up in the Bronx, and if they brought out this guy El Alfa to do this Soto Shuffle that's like all over New York right now, I mean, the crowd would be nuts. Inside, outside the stadium, this guy is like the whole Dominican community around the stadium is all up in this Soto Shuffle thing right now.
Yeah, is that the Dominican public? Is it the Dominican community of legal or illegal Dominicans?
Oh boy,
legal.
What's it called? The what
legal.
shuffle?
The Soto.
Soto Shuffle.
After Juan Soto. He's one of their best players.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, okay.
Yeah,
so shuffle.
They're bringing Fat
It'll be
Joe.
electric there, no matter what they do. It'll be electric.
But is the fat ass sitting in his recliner in Florida, Bubba, going to be as inspired by it as I was Ice Cube?
Well, I don't know. I was there when Jay-Z performed in Game 2 in 2009. So it was when he just said New York, get up. The place was like, we weren't losing the World Series after that.
But
he was relevant back then.
But wouldn't you agree? Fat
exactly,
Joe?
He's not relevant today.
Yeah, but man, hold on. He has, when he could bring out one of his old school hits, the biggest hit that he's ever, whatever his biggest hit was, and that would move the crowd as much as Today Was a Good Day did.
I think he's hiding right now from the feds, Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, he probably doesn't want to get handcuffed the minute he gets out there.
Right, he'd be sharing a cell with P. Diddy.
All right,
do you think they'd be responsive if Trump threw out the first pitch? Do you think New York would pop from that or
not? I was telling my girl that, yes. I think it would be crazy if he did.
Now, would the Yankees as an organization allow that or not?
Listen, they let him into the Garden.
Yeah,
they
true.
don't have to let him into the Garden.
They let him into Brooklyn.
That's step one, and you saw the response. He was in the Bronx. There might be momentum, and I'm telling you this, that's under super wraps if that's
Man,
if that's
they got
happen.
so
it would be amazing.
Trump's people. They got 3 games, obviously tonight. Then 2 more games in New York. Trump's people, and every day inches closer to the election. Trump's people's like, man, let Donald throw out the first pitch.
But would he want to, Bubba? Like, could it be a bad look if it was horrible?
Now let me ask you a question, Bud. Would he get booed? Or would he get cheered, or would there be 50-50 if he threw out the first pitch at the World Series?
All cheers. All cheers. And I'll tell you this, just a few notes on these other rappers. 50 Cent, Queens, Nas, Queens. They're known Mets fans. They ain't getting involved with the Yankees.
You see, sometimes, Bubba, we don't understand the subtleties of the boroughs.
Right.
And if you're a Bronx fan, you're not a Brooklyn fan. You know what I'm saying? They hate each other.
All right, so
I would say Cameron and Dipset is from Manhattan, like Cameron the rapper. He could be a potential guy to perform because they're really hot right now.
I mean, but here's the deal, brother. We're talking about Ice Cube, arguably one of the top, 10, certainly maybe even 5 rappers of all time did it for the Dodgers. If you're New York, we're talking about.
I liked it. It was great.
I mean, even you being a Yankee, even you being a diehard Yankee fan, that was pretty cool, man. The Yankees dudes were bopping around like it was cool.
That I would have hated. If I was on the team, I would have been like, yo, no. You can't be doing that on camera.
If I was Aaron Judge, Seth, if I was Aaron Judge, I would have gone in and started a fight and clotheslined him.
Oh, I would have started.
Exactly. Yeah. Come on.
All right, man.
That wouldn't have happened with Jeter there. All right, guys.
Appreciate you. Bye now. Lummy, you sent me the Hogan, but I
sent you the new intro too, or with the intro.
You did?
Yeah, I just sent it to you. I noticed that.
Yeah, you sent me the one that
it was just a speech.
Right.
Do you want the speech too?
No, Send me. I got to have the intro.
I
Where
got
he
the intro.
struggled.
The intro 100% is in your messenger.
All right, and I think the speech is in there too. I just got to reset it.
Hey, Bubba.
What?
Who you said Ice Cube's a top 5 rapper of all time? Who are your top 5 rappers of all time?
Thank you, Seth. I was dying for this.
Probably top 5 rappers of all time.
And it's yours. Nobody's just. I just want to hear it
in my world.
Yeah.
Well, I'd probably put Eminem first.
Okay.
I'd probably put. This is how you guys are going to start clowning me. I'd probably put Snoop Dogg second.
Okay.
I'd probably put Dr. Dre third, Ice Cube fourth, and maybe 50 Cent. There's my top 5.
Okay.
What about Run DMC? And what about
LL Cool J?
LL Cool J. I think those guys were
I was gonna
iconic before these other kids were even wiping their own asses.
I was gonna put LL, but I'm just talking. If you talk about total record sales, total success in the thing. I mean, I don't think is my top 5 that. I don't think my top 5's that whacked.
No, dude, it's your top 5. It's very you.
But I mean, I think that it. I mean, okay, of my top 5, how many are in your top 5?
1.
Eminem.
Yeah.
Right. Dre's not.
Dre's a producer. Dre's a producer to me. So I don't consider him a rapper. Although he has rapped.
Snoop.
I think Snoop's a very, very average rapper, but he's obviously more of a pop culture figure.
Oh no.
Hold
on. I wanna redo mine.
Oh, okay.
Number 1, Eminem. Number 2, Biggie Smalls, Notorious B.I.G.
Okay.
That's my number 2. I want because I got to think here. That's my number 2. Then number 3, I'm gonna probably go LL Cool J. Then number 4, I'm gonna go Snoop. And number 5, probably Jay-Z.
So Ice Cube's getting the boot now on the revamped list?
Ice Cube's getting the boot. No, Dre got the boot.
Oh, Dre got the boot, okay.
Dre got the boot. Because I do feel he's more of a producer. So Dre got the boot. I threw in an LL. And I think, and I threw in a Biggie Smalls.
Yeah, that works.
I don't even know what my top 5 is. I could not replicate it if asked.
That one sounds better than the first one, though, Bubba, so just go with that.
Let's go with that,
Yeah.
whichever one that was.
Yes.
Let me wrap up. Let me try to pull up that Hogan stuff. We'll come back with Donald Trump basically had kind of a mini RNC MAGA rally at Madison Square Garden.
Dude, this was a carnival, Bubba. This was like a Republican carnival.
Oh, I know.
With Hogan being the guy that's trying to get you to come over to the dunk tank.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
This just does not offend me.
No love for the Sugar Hill gang?
That's why you see people
Dr. Dan? Sugar Hill gang? No love for them?
I can't believe you would put LL Cool J and Run DMC in the top.
Is that your top 5?
I put LL Cool J in there.
You did the second time. Did you?
Yes.
Oh, let's see my list. I've made it before.
So, Wendy.
Fucking Wayne. How the fuck did I forget Wayne?
Lil Wayne.
Oh my god, he's in there.
How'd you forget Soldier Boy? Fuck.
I never forget him. But I'm debating between him and Bow Wow.
Oh, Bow Wow. Yeah. Shadow Panda, 5,000 bits. Dr. Dan, Shadow Panda, 12 months.
All right. Eminem, Andre 3000, Pusha T, Lil Wayne, Kanye. Thank you. They did a thing with rappers and who's used the most words, and Eminem's used like fucking 40,000 more words than the next closest rapper.
With 10 less albums.
I think it was like Eminem and then Jay-Z.
But I think Jay-Z probably has more. I might be interesting to see who has.
Jay-Z has more albums, but nobody more. Eminem is the dictionary.
Yeah. Tech Nine is used a lot of words.
Tech Nine has used a lot of words. Tech Nine has used a lot of words. Tech Nine has used a lot of
Lummy,
words.
so the Merch Crick took on Susan Poitras in the Ladies of the BRN Fantasy.
I have Troy Murdergram, baby.
And Susan Poitras is leading the league at 6-1. Merch Crick is at the end of the league at 2-5.
Ooh, Queen Latifah.
No.
She's a big rapper.
And Merch Crick has a 71% chance of winning. It matters what M. Neighbors does tonight for the Giants. But he's kind of a stud, isn't he?
Yeah, but Joey Porter Jr. is a shutdown corner for the Steelers. But Malik's pretty tough, so.
Where'd Malik play ball at?
LSU. Wide receiver,
Seems like, I was going to get ready to say, it seems like all the fucking wide receivers come from LSU.
Well, shit, look, they got Jaden Daniels came from there, Malik Neighbors, I can't even think of, Justin Jefferson, Odell Beckham Jr.
Justin Jefferson came from there? God, he's good as fuck.
So, Bob, according
Jamar
to
Chase?
I'm sorry.
What's that in?
According to Billboard magazine, Jay-Z's number 1. Number 2 is Kendrick Lamar. Surprise. Number 3 is Nas. Number 4 is Tupac. And 5 is your boy Eminem. The white boy.
I don't recognize them. Even though I have 7 Billboard awards, I don't recognize them.
And the 6 is Notorious B.I.G.
Here we go. They don't got Tupac in there?
Not that high.
I don't think Tupac had as many hits as Biggie
Drake,
Smalls.
Snoop, Nicki Minaj, Kanye.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Thank you to Susan Poitras. $100 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Thank you. Lummy, if you're familiar, which I'm sure you are, with the ladies of the BRN fantasy football deal. Who we all got in there? Let me see. We got, hold on here. We got power rankings. Oh, damn it. Here we go. We got Team Poitras, Pain in the Ash, which is your wife.
Oh, yeah.
Trickney, Ashley, Romina. Romina's 4-3.
Blind ass luck.
Hawk Tua on the I don't know what Hawk Tua on the TDs. Grabbing dim TDs, mids at best, Heather Wiz, Ocala Jobbers, which is OFF, Kittle My Ass, which is Kristen Diaco, Mother Bucker, Candle Diaco, Let's See Your TDs, some girl named Katie, and then the Merch Crick Mafia, and the Merch Crick Mafia is in last place at 2-5, and in first place is Team Poitras, And Merch Creek Mafia played Team Poitras yesterday, Lummy. And it's all coming down to tonight.
Oh.
Merch Creek Mafia's got 120. She's not going to get any more points. All of her players have played. She has 121.92. Susan Poitras, who, by the way, is leading the league, has 99.46. So she's, like 22.5 behind Merch Creek Mafia. And she has one player playing tonight. That's the star wide receiver for the Giants, the Neighbors guy.
And you can get 20, 25 points in a night, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Kelsey got Merch Creek 20. Kelsey was Merch Creek's high point guy yesterday at 25. But the number one wide receiver for Atlanta, Lummy, scored 20. That was one of her.
Nice.
Rogers only got her 17. She should have went with her backup quarterbacks, Lawrence from Jacksonville. He got 23.32.
Maybe she should pick up Jameis.
Yeah, I mean, you know. By the way, she gets first tabs on all pickups because she's the worst on the waiver wire.
Oh, you can drop Aaron Rodgers.
You think I should?
Yeah, gets a shot.
Yeah, but hold on. Here's the thing. I got Wilson, the
Wilson?
No, the wide receiver for the Jets. She's got Wilson. So that's double trouble every time that goes.
I mean, it doesn't look like they're doing a whole lot of double trouble. But I mean, if it's working for you, that's fine.
Here's what I'm saying: if the Merch Creek, beats the number one team in the entire league, something's going good, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
Here's my philosophy on Aaron Rodgers. Why you keep him as starter? Because Lummy,
did you help her with this?
Yeah, I did help
her a little bit.
I helped her a little bit. Here's my philosophy on keeping Aaron Rodgers. They're going to get desperate, and they're going to say, we're going to, listen, why are we running the ball? We need to sling it 60 times a game because our franchise is going to win or lose on the arm of the guy that we have put all of our eggs in our basket. So he's going to have more and more of a role.
That's a risky strategy considering Breece Hall's their best player on offense.
You mean the running back?
Yeah,
I know. But you have to justify why you brought in the 17.
It's too late. They're 2-6. It's not like nothing's happening unless they rip off 8 wins in a row.
Do you bench?
No, it's just it didn't work out. Like the
now is Rodgers gone for next year?
Yeah.
For real.
I think, he's either going to stay and just fizzle out with the Jets or he's going to retire and know that it's almost over.
Does Shador go to the Jets?
No, he's going to the Raiders.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Aaron Rodgers will play one more year.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, he's got too big of an ego to go sit out.
He'll take that $50 million or whatever it is.
Exactly, and he's going to want to play one more year.
He better pull something out of his ass because there's not going to be a lot of teams, sniffing around the buckle brush when they're, 4-13.
Well, you're going to bring in a coach, and then he's going to be there for the 1 year of Aaron Rodgers transition. And then if I'm a new coach coming in, I want to know that there's a backup quarterback in place that is the future. I'm not just going to come in here and hope that Aaron Rodgers wins a Super Bowl and not have any backup plan in place.
And will Dion because Dion's running Shador and Travis Hunter's deal. He is.
Does Shador have 2 years left or just this last year?
He's done.
He's
getting drafted after this year.
He has to go?
Yeah. Now, here's the deal. Dion's handling him and Travis Hunter. Now, there's not a lot of players that even Caleb Williams tried it a little bit last year with kind of, remember kind of some of the demands he had, Seth?
Those were all lies.
Yeah, but, they were?
Yeah.
They weren't from him?
Bubba, he wasn't trying to get ownership over fair. People were trying to bury him because he paints his nails and cries.
Okay, all right. So, but this is, listen, Dion having a direct influence as to where Travis and Shador goes is not a lie. That's really happening.
Yes.
And here's the deal, man. Dion, I don't think allows Shador to come in under a Rodgers and sit for a year for Rodgers to teach him. I think just like when Dion was getting Shador recruited for college, Shador had offers from Alabama, LSU, Georgia, Clemson, everybody. Every major program had offers for Shador. And Shador's first pick, let's not forget, I was with them, Lummy, and we had dinner at Forbichi's the day that he went over and gave his verbal commitment to Willie Taggart at FAU to be an Owl. And the only reason he was gonna go play at Florida Atlantic University and be an Owl so that because Willie Taggart promised Deion he'll be starter day one. He wasn't going to go to Alabama or Texas or anything like that and ride the bench for a year or two. They picked a smaller university like Florida Atlantic. Then in the interim, in that 2 or 3 month interim, Deion got all of a sudden started getting all this head coaching. I mean, all these coaching job offers, and one of which was University of South Florida. If he had said yes, he could have very well be the coach of the University of South Florida. We actually had him on the air, Lummy, and he said, and I flat out asked Deion, was USF in the consideration? And what'd he say?
He said, yeah, it was.
He said, very much so. So if Colorado didn't gobble him up, USF would have gobbled him up. I think things worked out well. I mean, is the USF coach good?
Yeah, no, he's good. He's a good player.
So
he needs players. He needs more players.
So Deion will directly determine where he goes, and like if a Cleveland or somebody like that, if Deion doesn't think that Shedeur maybe is day one, I don't think Deion's mindset's going to be that Shedeur is going to come in and sit a year. If Rodgers has one more year and the Jets draft Shedeur, I think Deion's going to throw caution to the wind with the Jets and say, hey, listen, don't draft Shedeur because we ain't showing up. And listen, there's been players that have shown, Bo Jackson, the one that's most local, that if you draft me and I tell you I ain't coming, I don't got to go. I can sit out a year and come back as an unrestricted free agent.
I don't think Shedeur has the same kind of real estate that, that Bo Jackson had.
Oh, yes, he does.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think
For
so.
those that truly know sport, let me turn Rhett's mic on. I think Shedeur has that. I think Shedeur has the ability through his father to tell a team, if you draft me and it's not a team that I want to go to, I ain't showing up. Is there anybody disagrees with me that knows sports more than Dan? Seth?
I think it's different. I think Shedeur's got the pull because of Deion, but I don't think Shedeur as a talent alone. I don't think that he's like a surefire can't miss prospect at all. Like
exactly.
I don't feel like
I don't think he has the initial raw attributes that Bo had going into the draft, meaning he's a can't miss deal. But
he's going to be an in-demand player because of how much you need a franchise quarterback,
right?
And Deion's going to make that a lot more difficult,
right?
But it's I think a lot of the pull it's coming from Deion,
right?
Like Bo's was coming from the fact that Bo was just a generational talent,
right?
Here's the deal, Deion. Bo only had himself and his talent, which was good enough to scare teams away, whereas Shedeur has his talent, not on the level of Bo, but he has his Hall of Fame dad as his mouthpiece, and they know that those two together makes the strength of Bo, if not stronger. So if Deion tells Cleveland, I'm telling you, if you draft Shedeur, he ain't coming. Teams won't draft Shedeur if Deion has made it evident that he ain't coming, because he'll just sit out and wait. And at that point, Lummy, do you become an unrestricted free agent?
After a year.
Yeah, after a year.
Then you can also go back into the draft.
So
he'll be Bubba. I know this is not going to happen, but he would be completely irrelevant to sit out a year.
Yes,
and then to let the next group of college quarterbacks come up there,
and then he still won't be another top 10 pick because then he's a difficult guy. He's a troublemaker.
Doesn't matter,
and that's how they'll label him.
I'm just telling you, Deion will craft. Very, very, very. Deion will very skillfully craft where he goes, and he will go where he wants to go. And if there's a team that pokes their ugly nose up that has a pick before, let's say Vegas or Dallas or some of the teams that I'm sure Deion has a list of teams that Shedeur and Travis can go to. Miami. I heard a podcast a few weeks ago of Shedeur saying he wouldn't mind going to Miami. But I mean, is Tua back?
Tua's back.
So I don't know. We need to get to the mini RNC deal that was at Madison Square Garden. Saturday. And was Hogan the opening dunk booth guy? Was he? Where did he?
Did he open or close?
I don't think he closed. I don't think he opened. I think he was just right in the middle.
Right in the mid-pack?
Yeah.
Man, he really, really, and I'm not saying this in a jealous notion, but he really has positioned himself quite nicely. I mean,
Well, I think they're paying him now to make these cameos.
Probably. But I'm listening,
he's walking slow.
And I'm not saying anything bad about Terry and I obviously have our history, and the best man at my wedding, the godfather of my son, at one time recognized as my very best friend. But we've obviously had a sex tape that tore us apart. I'll take all the blame. I got all the blame, and he got all the money, and I'm sitting here covering him, and he's out just gallivanting around, just being the man. But and I'm not saying this in a bad way, but I watched this and I was like, wow, he's having a tough time getting around. And he's
70, right?
No, he's 71.
Yeah, to me, it's almost getting like Ric Flair-ish, where like Ric Flair keeps running out and trying to wrestle again and everything. I'm like, oh my God, when's it going to stop? This is like with Hulk Hogan, dude. Dude, you've promoted the beer enough. I know you want to get that Republican money. That's a good payday right there to talk at Madison Square Garden. But man,
with a Trump rub,
just rest. I mean, look at what the rest has done for Joe Biden.
He has gotten around pretty damn good, and all the footage that I've seen him speak on behalf of Donald, and he was a huge hit at the RNC, and he's been doing I got him doing I don't know, between podcasts and personal appearances on his new beer. Like I don't even know that he might be working more days on the road than when Vince had him. But I mean, for the first time, I could really see him struggling physically. See if you see the same thing.
I am a real American. Fight for what's right. Fight for your life. When it comes crashing down and
I don't think people know how to react.
I don't either.
Yeah.
It's a really weird scene.
I think people are like, I know we're supposed to put him over for him being a legend of all time, but he's not nearly as relevant as maybe Donald thinks he is. And
is he like the Wayne Newton of wrestling now? I mean, he's like kind of old, has been, but was a stud at one point.
Yeah, or even I'd even think of a better analogy than that. But yes, yeah, I think you're right.
You should just have a little Vegas.
So far we're good. Like so far he hasn't shown a glitch in his gimmick.
I knew that when they took out a shot at my president that I couldn't stay silent any longer.
That's right, brother. And again, listen, who am I to sit here and judge? I'm I'm 58 and I'm what, 10, 11, 12, like I'm 13 years younger than him, and I'm certainly not, I can't rip off my shirt and look as good as he can.
Oh, but he's a cartoon character, man.
Yeah, and you're Rubenesque.
Whatever that means.
He's not even a real person. I don't think there's anything to really even,
So, who am I to sit here and say that he's not getting around and doesn't... Listen, for 71 years old, he just turned 71, I think, in August. For 71 years old, he looks...
awesome.
Great.
Yes.
Like, just absolute great. But, maybe just walk up without all the fanfare and the tearing the shirt off and walk up as a 72-year-old, fully dressed Hulk Hogan with your slug lines and everything. Still, don't rely on the tank top, on the physicality of tearing off a shirt, and just walk up as Hulk Hogan and stop the theatrics, because the theatrics are making you look a little bit decrepit. And this is where you can start picking it up right here. Check this out. Up until this point, you're fine. And again, him just walking up, as Hulk Hogan.
I want to see Terry Bollea.
Here we go.
I am a real American.
And I mean, his arms still look good, little loosey goosey, but his arms still look really good. He's got great delt tie-ins. Still looking good. It's until he tries to tear off his shirt.
Yeah, that's when it gets bad.
Oh, this is embarrassing.
I'm hyped.
Seth said it's like the guy that wants you to go sit in the dunk tank.
I mean, dude, can you imagine if, like, the DNC brought out Ultimate Warrior or something? I mean, like, this is just insanity.
The DNC should be drinking out John Cena.
They should.
You know what they should? They should bring out The Rock.
Yeah, he backed out of that one.
Here we go. So here's where it starts to get a little grandpa-ish.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, he knows.
What? Come on.
Just watch. Hold on.
Come on.
Oh, he was ripping off the wrong shirt.
See, and the problem is he's got a tank top underneath this one, and he starts with that because he's so worried about this boa. It's got him all.
Oh my God! He can't even tear himself out of a wet paper bag.
That's the Trump dance.
Now, hold on.
Now, doing the Trump.
Now the dance. Hold on. Now the dance.
Oh God! Where's a shark to jump? Oh my God, dude! It was great until the last 7 seconds, and then it just dove into the mud.
Right. Hold on.
I'm so glad I voted already.
Oh my God! They'd be better off with Wayne Newton. Get some Waniacs out there.
Yeah, he's having fun.
It's embarrassing.
It looks like Grandpa.
It's embarrassing. Look at his gut.
It looks like Grandpa who just won bingo.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Tuttle gets. E17. Woo.
What are you trying to do? The Tony Little glide tiger? I mean, see now look.
I don't know. Between this guy Kamasti and the Michelin tile around his gut, it's hard to really get excited.
Well, look now. Just look how he gets around.
I think he's wearing a football flak jacket.
I mean, this song never dies, though, man. This song is timeless.
So, like, I'm just saying, like, this is the first time that I've really seen him struggle.
Jesus, yeah, it's horrible. He should have stayed home.
And you know, I feel for my friend. He could just walk up as Hulk Hogan and stop all the theatrics and clown show and just
he can't be a real person. He can't be a real person, Bubba. He doesn't know how.
Remember he testified that Terry Bollea doesn't have a 10-inch penis, but Hulk Hogan does.
You know, Bubba, he'd be better off if he came out like in a suit, looking normal, and came out and had normal speech and just spoke normally and said, listen, I am supporting this man for the following reasons. The clown circus show at the very beginning is embarrassing. It looks like that stupid movie they made. What that movie made about American politics? Idiocracy, yeah.
And the president made all decisions based on the monster truck show.
Right.
What monster truck won is how he made his decision.
He was a former wrestler.
And he was a former wrestler. That's right. This is Idiocracy.
It is.
And instead of going, well, let me tell you, brother, you should be like, hey, Terry, I'm Hulk Hogan. Real name Terry Bollea, 71 years old, and I've seen a lot of things in my life, and I am concerned about my country, and I think we have a person that can really, 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 really bring this thing right back on track.
And he sort of did that after the assassination attempt. He came out once, and he actually had like a meaningful, meaningful speech that was okay. There's just a little bit of the gimmick. Now this is 95% gimmick, and no meat.
Let me. What traffic is that? Oh my God! What is that?
That's 275 South.
From where?
Wesley Chapel area.
Oh my God! I wonder how many people are listening to us, bumper to bumper on 275 South. We feel for you. We're looking at you right now on on the. Phew.
Bubba, I sent you the idiocracy with the President State of the Union just to see how it looks the same.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on, I'll play this in a minute.
It's the same
Well,
thing.
let me tell you something, Trump-a-maniacs.
It's sophomorish.
Welcome to the house that Hulkamania built. You know something? Usually when I'm in Madison Square Garden, I'm body
Slamming the big greasy giant. I haven't even heard it, but I bet. But let me just predict what he's gonna say.
slamming giants.
There you go.
I'm winning world heavyweight titles, and I'm cracking people over the heads with steel chairs. And the energy in Madison Square Garden is off the Richter scale. But today, Trump-a-maniacs, the energy in here is something like I've never felt. The energy of all these Trump-a-maniacs is the most powerful force in the universe. And today, this is Donald Trump's house, brother.
Even though he's losing New York by 14 points.
Yeah, he was a really scary fake wrestler.
Hogan's out of
Atomic
breath.
leg drop. Oh,
Hogan.
shit.
Hogan's out of breath. Look, Hogan.
That
He's
shirt
starting
took
to
it all out.
Starting to mouth breathe.
Know something, Trump maniacs? I don't see no stinking Nazis in here. I don't see no stinking domestic terrorists in here.
Okay.
The only thing I see in here
are Trump-a-maniacs.
Americans.
are a bunch of hard-working men and women that are real Americans, brother.
All right.
Way to go, Seth.
Thank you.
Good line.
I need a
You
beer.
know when I hear my president,
I need a perk.
Look, he's like, put something in my hand, brother. It's open.
I need a 10 by 325 non-generic, brother.
and our president, Donald Trump, speak, he sounds for real, brother. He sounds like he has a heart of gold that's all for the USA. But when I hear Kamala speak, it sounds like a script from Hollywood with a really, really bad actress.
That's supposed to be a Haktua.
What was
I
Is that what that is?
I don't know.
Nobody was a better actor than him, though.
I
so-
know. I mean, he's like the fakest of fake.
No holds barred and Suburban Nanny right there at the top of the
Mr.
box
Nanny
office.
and Suburban Commando?
Right there. I mean, giving Spielberg a run for his gross.
Don't forget his best movie.
What was his best movie?
Thunder in Paradise?
Probably thought. Well, that was he had a series.
Yeah.
Here you go. Hold on.
No, Kamala
The one that was shot at
is
Bubba's bedroom.
responsible for the border crisis. And Kamala is also responsible for inflation. And then you know something? She acts like she's the victim. And then all of a sudden, she flips, she flops, she spins and turns it around and acts like she's gonna be the damn hero.
That sounds familiar.
But we all know Trump is the only man that can fix this country today.
I feel bad for the 12-year-old girl he stole those glasses from.
And with Trump as our commander-in-chief,
Yeah, dear Terry, get some that fit next time.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like a kid's glasses, a girl's
They
glasses.
actually look like the kind that a girl back in the 70s would, your mom in the 70s would wear.
Right.
peace through strength will fix all the problems
The woman from Bewitched called and wants her glasses back.
Tabitha.
in the Middle East.
The Mary Tyler Moore Show called. They want her glasses back.
You know, I've been coming to this building
Yeah, we know.
month
He had a
after
poster of
month
her on his wall as a
after
kid,
month.
so.
And I've seen sold-out crowds over and over again for over 40 years. And for 40 years, I've always asked the question, what you gonna do? Over and over and over again, what you gonna do? Well, today, after feeling the energy in this building, I finally got the answer. And the answer is vote for Trump.
I think I've seen enough.
So now,
maybe I should.
I got a couple questions for you.
All right, let's go. Yeah, the Q&A. That's all we want to get more.
What you gonna do about the border invasion? What you gonna do about inflation? What you gonna do about keeping America safe, brother?
You better slow down. He's gonna have a grabber on one of these. Hulk Hogan dies at MAGA rally. That doesn't look so good.
No.
And what you gonna do about putting God in our homes, in our country, and our schools? So I guess we're all on the same page. So I got one final question for you.
Yeah.
What you gonna do, and who's gonna make America great again? God bless Donald Trump. He's our next president.
Oh, man.
That was tough, man. That was really bad.
That was
really bad. He didn't even get the crowd up.
That was not a good look.
People were saying he still got it. What is it?
That's a good question.
Diabetes?
Listen, this was not. It's not that big of a stretch. It was from the early '90s, and Mike Judge, I think from Beavis and Butthead, wrote it, and it was called Idiocracy, and it predicts the future of our country. And it's like by the year 2200, Lummy, like we don't even know that you have to raise plants with water. We try to use it with, we have this Gatorade mixed. Like it's just completely,
yeah.
It's really funny. If you really want to get high one day and watch it. And this is they predict that this is what the president becomes.
Gentlemen, the president of America.
This is the president of America.
President Camacho.
Yeah, again, this is.
Shut up. Sit your monkey ass down. Chill out.
This is, by the way, in the movie Idiocracy, this is the president. This is the new president.
Shit.
Oh, hold on.
I know shit's bad right now. With all that starving bullshit.
All right, I can't.
Oh, it's too much.
Yeah. Probably can't play it, Lummy.
Probably not, no.
Probably need to regroup and come back with Tucker.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Fight for your right, fight for your dick, and hold it, because it's yours.
Thank you, Susan. Yeah, you're right, Gooch. Beastie Boys. I needed to put that one in there.
Kamala's bringing out Doink and Dink the clowns today at her rally.
To bring out the Brooklyn Brawler and the Mean Street Posse.
I mean, honestly, if Macho Man was still alive, I think he'd be doing something.
Oh, yeah.
I think he'd be doing something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Have you seen the clip where Ming Jean addresses Elizabeth first? They're in New York City, and he's like, Macho and Elizabeth are there, and Mean Gene's saying like, "So, Elizabeth, did you go? What'd you do when you are in New York? You know, did you go out shopping today?" And and Macho gets mad as fuck and goes, "I'm standing right here, and you're not talking." Like he gets mad as to shoot too. I gotta see if I can find it.
I just saw that the other day.
Will you find it for me?
Yeah.
I want to play it for Seth. Hogan used to tell me that like all of Macho was so fucking kabukied out that Miss Elizabeth was
unlike Coke or something.
No, was like messing around or something. He was so possessive and protective of her. Yeah, let me see. Tell me if you find it, let me.
All right.
CJ, that's funny.
I am a real American.
Gooch brings up a potential rapper that we may have forgot.
Tupac?
No.
Somebody from Indiana?
I don't think there's any rappers.
Little Bloomington?
Little Logan Sport. Did you find Lummy?
No, I don't think this is it.
Tell me when you send it. Because I got so many windows open right now that...
I sent one, but I don't think it's... I know which one you're talking about. I don't think that's the one.
What up, everybody? Welcome to the party.
Is it still thinking? Yeah, nothing came up.
Nothing came up?
Welcome to the party.
Building profanity delay. Please stand by. Per FCC regulations, this program is on a 40-second delay.
Just moments away. A man that absolutely stunned.
You said you're sorry. You said so.
A man.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
My good friend, the Gooch, said one rap group you may have missed, but probably isn't top 5, but very influential and had some hits. The Beastie Boys.
They'd made a lot of rap songs.
Yeah.
They'd made a lot of songs. They were real musicians, too. They were all music majors at NYU, and that's how they met.
One died.
Recently.
One died, and I don't know of what.
He had like mouth cancer. It was really, really rare. I think he died at like 46.
Like mouth cancer from...
Throat cancer?
No, it was just something. It wasn't from like smoking or anything like that. It was something that they found, and yeah, he went very quickly. And the Beastie Boys said they will never perform again without him.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
God bless him for that.
Was it Mike D? I don't know which one.
No. Who's it? Mike D, Ad Rock, and I don't know.
MCA? It's not MCA.
It might have been
Mike D.
MCA.
Is it MCA?
It might have been MCA.
Tucker made it. I would think that Tucker was probably the headliner.
Yeah, it was MCA.
Did Elon come to the
yes.
New York deal too?
Of course.
10 days from now to look in the eye.
This is Trump's mega rally at Madison Square Garden. Not trying to get. We're just covering it. We're just covering it. If Kamala had done something at the where the Lakers play, we'd be covering it. Certainly be covering it. This was just like they whipped together. They whipped this thing together. They brought a bunch of people in Madison Square Garden, an iconic venue, And they brought the Hogans and the Tuckers and the comedian, was it Hinchfield?
Elon Musk.
10 days from now to look in the eye to America with a straight face. It's going to be pretty hard to look at us and say, you know what? Kamala Harris, she got 85 million votes because she's just so impressive. As the first Samoan, Malaysian, low IQ, former California prosecutor ever to be elected president, it was just a groundswell of popular support. And anyone who thinks otherwise is just a freak or a criminal. 10 days from now.
Well, I mean, I think Tucker was ready to have a meltdown.
Boy, everybody's check cleared for this event, man. They gave it their all.
They did.
Terrifying. Absolutely wild times.
All right, so by the way, so this is AOC and Vice President nominee Tim Walz from Minneapolis. Well, former Minnesota governor. No, I think current.
He's still the governor.
Current Minnesota governor. And AOC. And now, what's up with Tim Walz's eyes? Like, did he put baby powder on them? Or did like, Dan, you know, you're a...
Looks like he was wearing sunglasses like in the sun or something.
You're
like the raccoon deal that Trump has all the time.
I mean, you're a plastic surgeon, which is also pretty damn near. I mean, Dan, plastic surgeons probably have a lot of dermatology cross-section, meaning, you know, you guys are not similar, but kind of. You deal with skin and the texture of skin and things like that. What is up with Tim Walz's eyes?
I think he just is aging really rapidly. He's my age, and he looks 30 years older.
So he's our age.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's 58.
He's 58. He's our age.
My God, even I look better than he does. What? But what is? It looks like he put his face in a pile of cocaine.
Yeah, I see that.
What's those cocaine eyes? I've never heard of cocaine eyes.
He's got no pigmentation except for the redness from drinking.
Now, here's the deal. At least AOC...
She's hot.
Well, but hold on. At least, you know, they're doing this Zoom podcast deal analyzing the Donald Trump's MAGA rally at Madison Square Garden. They're doing much like what we're doing right now and going through the guests and, you know, armchair quarterbacking how well the guests do and did. And they get to this comedian, and he does a joke about Puerto Rico. AOC's Puerto Rican, but I got to give her credit. She knew she was going to be on camera. She did her makeup. She looks good, right? You know, she looks like she put effort into her look.
Yes.
Him, it looks like he was literally out back trimming the hedges and got into some wasps.
But he's a real man. I think.
Yeah, that's the look they want.
He's trying to look like a man.
He can fix his truck. He watches football.
He shoots a gun.
Okay.
That's why he's got the Vikings hat on.
Right.
Okay, all right. All
Camo.
All right.
It's supposed to look rough.
Yeah.
These are terrifying. Absolutely wild times. It really, really
He's
is.
terrified by this guy?
You know, there's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay. All right. Okay. We're getting there. No.
So now AOC and Tim Walz are going to break this down, and they're just absolutely offended by it.
Who is that jackwad? Who is that guy?
Actually, I think that
jackwad.
It's Tommy Hinchcliffe, which is super disappointing. I mean, I don't. He's a comedian.
So listen, when that should put things in perspective, is the fact that he's a comedian. He's going to say
funny things,
comedic, outlandish things to get a laugh. Now, if he was, you know, a U.S. senator from wherever, that holds a certain amount of different credibility than a comedian. The lowest form, other than washed-up wrestler, the lowest form of humanity is a comedian. I mean, like they're not to be taken.
you put those like lower than like pedophiles.
No. But I'm talking about people
drummers
that could be potentially talking at a political rally, comedians, Tucker Carlson's probably at the upper end of that food chain. Elon Musk is at the upper end of that credible food chain. But a comedian is trying to do, comedic type funny jokes. And so your wrestler and your comedian, you got to take for face value. Like Seth said, Hogan was only, a few steps away of getting in the dunk tank and trying to get people to throw softballs for $5. Well, the comedian is the same thing. You don't put the credibility on what the comedian's saying as much as you do Tucker or Elon Musk, two credible people.
And I don't think Trump like screened all of his jokes before he went out and talked.
No, of course he didn't. And in fact, this one falls flat on its face. And he says, okay, well, listen to the reaction of the crowd. Doesn't get a really good pop. And the comedian even says,
we're getting there.
See, it's like he even says, listen, so here we go. Here's the joke.
I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay, all right.
The Trump campaign has separated themselves from his comments, by the way.
Yeah, everybody has.
They said they don't. They said they don't. They don't. He doesn't reflect the views of their campaign.
Yeah, he was better at the Brady roast.
It really, really is. And, there's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay.
But why would he go after Puerto Rico? Why is that even? Why is that even relevant? Puerto Ricans
doesn't even make sense. And if I'm Donald Trump's handlers, whoever's booking, Hogan, can't go wrong with him. You can't. Even though it's a clown show, he's not going to say anything that's going to make you, not going to make AOC and Tim Walsh armchair quarterback you. Tucker's Tucker. He's ironclad. Elon, you want Elon as much as you possibly can, and you want this guy out. Don't ever invite this guy again.
Right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
So I'm going to let it play through, and we get AOC and Vance's, oh, my God, I cannot believe.
Okay. All right. Okay. We're getting there. No.
Who is that jackwad? Who is that guy?
I actually think that's Tony Hinchcliffe, which is super disappointing. I mean, I don't. He's a comedian. I don't follow
look, Trump,
this
crew issue
very
with Puerto
closely,
Rico
but...
again. I saw it. This was when he went down after Helene, the horrific hurricane. People there, everybody coming together. We sent helicopters down from Minnesota and personnel. This is how you do this during this. And in the first hours, Trump complaining about the response. Does anybody remember how he responded to Maria in Puerto Rico? It was absolutely horrific. Down there insulting people, throwing it. Look, I know that the folks are on.
Where were your helicopters and National Guard when a complete city of Minneapolis police precinct got overtaken by the Black Lives Matter movement during the George Floyd riots and burnt? How is a police precinct not one of the most protected buildings in the city? Like, you have to be a complete numbnut as a mayor that's in charge of the police department to allow people to riot and burn down a city precinct.
They should be They should be tougher than a bank.
I mean, that's where all the cops are.
Right.
That's where the chief of police is. That's where a lot of high-ranking, well-armed police officers. It's their precinct. It's their office.
Here today, understand this. People in Puerto Rico are citizens. They pay taxes and they serve in the military at almost a higher rate than anybody else.
Yeah. I mean, it's like super upsetting. Obviously, it's super upsetting to me. My family is from Puerto Rico. I'm Puerto Rican. And the thing.
I mean, you're living proof that you're hot. I mean, there's some hot Puerto Ricans out there.
You're living proof.
That's what I would come back and go, hey, listen, if I'm Donald Trump, I'd say, listen, you know what? I gotta apologize for the Hinchcliffe or whatever the hell, the comedian that somebody said for me. He made a disparaging remark to Puerto Ricans, and I'd like to personally apologize to Puerto Ricans and especially AOC, that big booty Latina. She's living proof that Puerto Ricans can produce some really good people.
That is so messed up that I wish more people understood is that the things that they do in Puerto Rico are a testing ground for the policies and the horrors that they wish to and that they do unveil.
Horrors.
What is she talking about?
In working class communities across.
I think she's
What
saying,
is she even talking about?
I think what she's saying that there's a lot of corporations that will go down and use Puerto Rico as a testing ground for like food or other things before they bring it to the mainland and roll it out here as to whether it's going to be, whether it's going to. But they use Puerto Rico as kind of a testing ground for things that they might try to sell in America. I know some restaurant chains will go down there and try different things, and if the Puerto Ricans like it, then that might be their first hurdle to clear. Like, maybe McDonald's did the Big Mac chickens
in Puerto Rico
down
first?
in Puerto Rico first. What's the new one that I need to do this week from Wendy? One of the
the SpongeBob deal, right? The Krabby Patty.
The Krabby Patty, is that from Burger King?
Wendy's.
Wendy's
is making a Krabby Patty.
It's a single. It's hamburger.
Don't downplay it, but let me. It's SpongeBob.
What is a Krabby Patty? It got crab meat on it?
No, it's a hamburger.
But so what's like?
It's just a name.
I don't review new food just based on it be given a new name.
Oh.
But people love it. They'll be looking online for people that got the Krabby Patties, and they'll pull you up. Whoa, look at this guy eating Krabby Patty. I got to watch this 10 times.
Look at this fat guy eating a Krabby Patty.
By the dumpster.
The Big Mac chickens was pretty good.
It sure was.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. So much that I got one on Saturday, when I was at the track.
Discover your new super.
Yeah.
Nice.
There's a McDonald's not too far from the track. I sent the merch crick down. I said, give me a Big Mac chickens.
Poor Merch Kirk. I saw her on Friday. She said you had to wake her up at like 3 a.m. to go to the track on Saturday.
We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to win back the beautiful White House, and we're going to make America great again, and it's going to happen fast. Thank you.
Now, Lummy, we had Brian in here on Thursday, and he says that the way things are trending right now, Dan, keep your pants on, is that this could be an ass kicking. This could be an ass whipping right now. If Nevada, Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, this could be an absolute ass kicking.
Jay's here.
Hi, Jay. I didn't smell your Joe Diaco high karate.
Give it a sec.
Oh, there it is.
I smell it.
There it is. There it is.
So you know what? Brian's right. There was a liberal pollster, his name's Mark Halpern, that was looking at just the early voting, and he said if this trend continues, that we may know on election night what the outcome is.
Brian said, and not that Brian's more politically savvy than either one of you or anybody for that matter, but what he does is, one, he really, really studies this a lot.
He's a numbers guy.
He is. He studies this a lot. And to his credit, the last 4 years ago when we had our election show,
yes,
and we had Trump all rung in at 11 o'clock, as everybody did. We had Trump all rung in. Brian said, I'm telling you right now, Fulton County, Wisconsin, and Arizona are going to be blue.
Yeah, he knew they were going to cheat.
And he's like,
they got a memo.
But here's what he said on here's what he said on Thursday, which I think bodes. It kind of aligns with what you said, Jay. And he said, based on the early voting and the balloted, mail-in votes, just all the early stuff that they can count, that the Democrats are pacing about what they did last time.
Correct.
But the Republicans are pacing about a plus 4%.
Outpacing where they've ever done early voting or in-person voting, and in some states, some of the swing states, they've actually outpaced the Democrats in early voting and in mail-in voting.
So he's like, if they start the game, meaning, election day is officially the game, but we have so many ways to play before. He said last time before the game started, they were down like 5 to 7 points.
Oh, yeah.
He said if they're even or even plus, it's going to be a bloodbath, is what Brian said.
It could be. And like you were saying earlier, it could be a landslide. Right now, if you just look at the margin of error, theoretically, every one of the swing states could go either way right now. Now, the trend is definitely Trump if you're looking at not the averages, but you're looking at individual polls. But it's all still close enough that either one of them could have a 300-plus victory with electoral votes.
Yeah,
So-
we got my 270 to win one that we go through, Lummy, all the time. Let's finish the Trump speech in Madison Square.
All right.
In less than 4 years, Kamala Harris has shattered our middle class. She cast the deciding votes that launched the worst inflation in the history of our country. She cost the typical American family over $3,000 in a short period, but over $30,000 over the last 3 years. She killed 50,000 manufacturing jobs this year alone. Now Kamala wants to raise the typical family taxes by nearly $3,000 a year and impose a 33% tax hike on all domestic production. If Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, our economy can never recover. If I win, we will quickly build the greatest economy in the history of the world.
Now, here's what, and I'm not going to go any further because we got it. But here's what I understand. If the economy is so bad, which it is, inflation-wise and cost of stuff wise, why is the stock market on fire right now? And that's a question for him to those that are smarter than me. You know, Jay, Dan, maybe Seth. I don't know.
I don't know the stock market, but I know the NASDAQ, baby.
But so, like, why is, if the economy is so bad for that middle class guy, which it is, and eggs are $7 and, you know, you can't go out to dinner. The average person, the average carpenter whose wife is a teacher can't afford a home right now.
It cost me $6 for a chocolate bar, Bubba.
Why is the stock market just absolutely on fire?
So the stock market is based on a number of companies that rotate, and they only put in the best producing companies. And so Dan could tell you, what's the exact number, Dan?
30. Dow Jones Industrial Average of 30 companies to get pulled in and out. So the 30 companies that are in the Dow Jones today are not the same 30 that were in it 20 years ago.
Correct.
They keep pulling out the weak ones and putting in good ones, number one. Number two, the second reason for it is inflation.
Inflation
$100 of stock is not worth the same as $100 of stock 5 years ago.
Well, but inflation is probably good for the manufacturer.
Oh, it means shares are worth less.
The shares are worth less because the dollar's worth less.
So
You
if
understand
you've
what I'm
made
saying?
a lot of money in the market value of the dollar is worth less than it was 4 years ago. So, yeah, the market's doing well, but the actual value to the portfolio of the people's less.
Correct. Does that make sense, Bubba?
I used to have stocks until the IRS came, and now I have none. I just sell everything out.
Well, you know, there's just a couple things that I think are irrefutable. First of all, inflation was astronomical over the last 4 years. And, you know, we can call it 3%, 5%, 10%, 30%. All I know is that a lot of things are 50 to 75% more expensive than they were 4 years ago.
Here's what I think is the most expensive. Here's what I think has got more expensive that has absolutely affected the average American. Fuel prices.
Yep.
Food prices.
Yep.
And housing prices.
Yep, and insurance,
and utilities,
and insurance prices,
and
I'll
utilities.
Say, you know, one of the ways that we've been able to kind of gauge what's happening with the economy. One of the things is Danny's practice, because it's elective surgery, which usually happens when people have extra money, they're doing well, and so when Danny's practice slows down, that's usually an indication that the economy is going to slow down. My practice is based on people having insurance, and right now, if you have to pick between fuel, food, or Progressive, you're picking fuel and food. So if I was getting 4 calls before this economy, maybe 3 of them would have insurance and 1 wouldn't. If I get 4 calls now, maybe 1 has insurance and 3 don't.
Even though it's illegal not to have insurance, people are just driving around with no insurance.
And that's one of the problems in Springfield, Illinois, Ohio, and in Aurora, Colorado, and all these places. They don't consider moving violations violent. But when you have someone dead from a car accident from someone who doesn't know how to follow the driving laws and doesn't have a license, doesn't have insurance, well, that sucks. That's violent to me. So, yeah, that's one of the big problems is people have to now try to balance what's most important in their life. And so, we'll make a joke, but it's not really a joke. Seth had to worry about tires. Am I going to put on tires this summer or am I not going to put on tires this summer? That's really a safety issue.
Listen,
and that's complete crap because 4 years ago, he would have just got a new set of tires.
I'm not.
Thank you, Jay.
I'm not trying.
I care about you.
I think I paid for the tires.
Oh, wait, Jay paid for mine to get patched up.
I paid for the pit crew to come in and fix it.
Thank you.
I paid for the new tires and I paid for the new brakes.
Yeah, but Terry identified what needed to be done.
I'm thriving in this economy with everybody buying things for me that I can't get myself.
Yeah, but here's
Thank
the thing.
you guys.
But it takes a village.
But if I can use Seth as an example and he not get upset. His wife works full-time and he works full-time. And there was a portion, the majority of Seth's adult life while having his child. He's been able to qualify and get a modest single-family home. In today's world where inflation has taken that $330,000 home to $450,000, the interest rates have gone from 3.5% to 7%. Seth's salary and his wife's salary no longer qualify for that home.
Well, they haven't paced inflation, so even if they got some moderate increases in their income, it didn't outpace the inflation, and so their net numbers
and the rise of interest rates.
Right, so their net numbers lower, and everything they got to pay for. Grocery, school.
Seth, but am I right? In most of your career, you've been able to buy a house, been a homeowner, and with you and your wife both working, been able to own a home. In today's environment where that home's inflated and where everything costs more.
Yeah, we owned our home in Old Northeast, and then I don't know if it was property taxes or what, but it kept going up and up and up to the point where we just couldn't afford it anymore.
So the average American, middle class, with a kid whose mom and dad works full-time, those people who used to be able to own a home could no longer own a home.
And now it's hard to qualify for
I can't. I don't make enough to own a home.
The deposit's out of reach, and then the monthly mortgage rate, because it's 7%, it's twice as much. So if it was $1,500 4 years ago, a lot of people are paying $2,500, $3,000. That's undoable.
Now, multiply the fact that me and Seth can't own a home by the fact that to insure a home is triple of what it used to be.
Wait till after this year.
The property taxes on that home is, 25 to 30% more. The energy to keep your $250, $300 energy bill now is $500.
Yep.
The groceries that you and your wife and your child would spend $650, $700 and always have stocked up shelves are now a G-ball. And so, everything across the board has gone up, and along with interest rates, that house that you could have qualified for $350 5-6 years ago at 3.5-4% is now 7.5%.
Yep.
Requiring a 20% deposit.
You know who else is getting squeezed like that?
People can't get ahead. People cannot save. Deal with little life curveballs like tires and brake jobs and things like that. People cannot get ahead. They're living literally paycheck to paycheck.
It's affecting old people like your mother too, and my mother, and old people, all her friends who live on a set income, that now that set income's not doing the same thing it did 4 years ago. It's affecting a lot of marginalized people, older people, people of color, people in the inner cities, people that usually live paycheck to paycheck that barely made it through COVID, and now they're sitting here, they can't afford their basics. It's just unfair.
It's okay because Kamala has a really clear, comprehensive plan on how to fight inflation and improve the
She's going to give me $6,000 for every new kid I have. I got a
first-time child.
I got a vasectomy. And most people don't want any kids
We're
right
still
now.
claiming about 6 little Clems, though, on your insurance.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Credits, none of them are giveaways. So if you're not spending $25,000 a year on taxes already, and they're giving you a $25,000 tax credit on a home, it's not helping so much.
What up, Buck?
How you doing, Mom?
Gas pumpers get $16.50 an hour? Shit, where are you, Bubba Windy? Are you in New Jersey?
No kidding.
Where do they pump gas? I feel like it's up
Yeah,
New
they do
Jersey.
in New Jersey still,
Yeah.
Seth, for sure.
You can't pump your own gas in New Jersey.
Yeah, that's
it's illegal.
I cannot fucking understand that.
I tell you what, it sucks until you roll up and you don't have to do it. That is pretty cool.
Yeah,
Does
but
he put
it's
your
fucking
credit card
25.
for you?
It's
Yeah,
also
they do.
It's also 25 cents more a gallon.
Well, yeah.
Oh, you give the guy a tip, you talk to him, Bubba. You make a friend. What's up, Tina?
I like talking to the guy too, Seth. That's what God I do.
I mean, it's either
Give
going
him
to be up
$5. I don't care. For me, it's like I like human beings. I like bank tellers.
Yeah, as long as they're not giving me any trouble.
Right.
Like, let me go talk to my manager and see if we can cash this check from Japan for Bovada. What up, Paul?
Doji check.
Longer.
Morning, Bubba.
Morning, buddy.
I was going crazy during the hurricane when I was waiting in line for gas. All these motherfuckers started like washing their windshield and shit, man. I was like, this is not the time. Get your gas and go ahead on.
We're doing windshield?
Yeah, everybody's taking them clean their windshield. It's like, come on, man. Get the fuck out of here.
You're fucking right. Bullshit. Because that's hilarious.
What's up, Berto?
How you doing, Dan?
What up, Brian?
I'm alright. How's the rest of your weekend? What up, Bubba Windy?
What up, Internet Freddy?
I'm just getting everything online here. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, you talked me to stay to the game.
Oh, God, the game sucked.
I gotta stop. I
It's not
can't
Grouper
sleep.
Lips. The Brian Gilson. How you doing, buddy?
Where do you live, A43? What's up, Tease?
Sorry, I got first and third.
What's up,
There you go,
Mitch?
That was nice. What's up, Mitch? T. Newland.
What up, Johnny?
How's everyone doing? Berto. Big Buck. Big Longer. What's up, everybody? That's Bianco's rule.
Berto, let me send you a virtual tip.
What's up, the Tim?
Man, but I'll tell you what, it took working, like, before I started here, it took working about 3 jobs and shit, and doing all this to realize that, like, some of this stuff was out of my control as far as some of the things we couldn't afford anymore. Up Charleston.
Jeff Pearson, how you doing, buddy? Good morning. Duck God. DDP for life. What's up, everybody?
What up, Car? Long time no talk.
Good morning. DDP. Oh, live.
What up, Mudflea?
Berto, how you doing, buddy?
Man, fuck football. I need a bye week.
Me too, man.
I need a fucking bye week.
And the Bucks and the Seminoles, it's been painful. this
Oh,
year.
the Seminoles, I mean.
You go from an undefeated season, a bowl game robbed from you, to the crappiest season I can remember in my life.
Did you watch it? Did you watch the game?
I can't. I just don't care anymore. I can't watch it. Next year I'll watch it if Trey goes there.
What's up, Common Sense? I just like watching Miami this year. I really like their quarterback.
Yeah, he's good.
I mean, I know Miami hasn't really played anybody, but he's really returned them to prominence, and it still seems like it's under the radar.
They definitely are under the radar. No
This
Florida's not like it was in the 90s where the Seminoles, the Hurricanes, and the Gators were top 5 every year.
That sucks.
I know, it does
I mean, I miss when Florida was like, you know.
We ruled.
Yeah.
The Seminoles were top 5 for 15 years in a row.
And if it wasn't the Seminoles, it was the Hurricanes or the Gators. Somebody was always there.
Yeah.
Now we got to rely on US or UCF.
They got their ass kicked. To almost beat Alabama, but not. To play 2 good quarters.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today, we'll do an uncensored after show. Lummy, are you in?
Yes, sir.
Seth, you got to be in.
Oh, I'm in, Big Daddy.
Oh, let me ask you a question. I haven't had an opportunity to talk to you since I left you on Friday. I got you all set up in the massage chair.
Yeah.
And then Brian was or whoever, somebody was coming in, I think, to
Babyface, yeah.
Babyface to do the Blizzard. So I think you had like 20 minutes in the chair. What's your feelings?
No, it's great. I mean, it's majestic. I mean, I did have to get out, as soon as Brian entered. It's weird, sitting in the chair while somebody's looking at you. So I had to pop up. But no, that thing is that's what I needed. I needed some magic on my physique, and that's your chair gave it to me.
Now, could you feel it can actually get a few like your back to pop a little bit and stuff like it?
Yeah.
It's Dan, have you sat in it?
Yes, it's a wonderful experience.
You've sat in it before?
Like it squeezes your shoulders.
And if Brian's watching you when you do it?
I don't care if he's watching me.
Oh, yeah. You would. It's creepy.
Danny can shut himself down and compartmentalize himself like I've never seen anyone before.
I've gone to his office, and he can literally take a 15 or 20-minute max power nap and come back. Takes him about 3 or 4 minutes to shake the bugs out, and he's perfect. He's like, bam. A lot of times I'll go in there, and I'll tell Naba, give him 5. It's going to take me 5 minutes to get my act together and, go and do my little ritual stuff in Dan's waiting room, look at stuff. And so just let him sleep like another 5 minutes. He'll really like it. She's like, no, I'm getting him up now.
I feel like only smart people can like go to sleep for 15 minutes and then wake up.
But he can also listen while he's sleeping, because I'll be having meetings with Pity at the carriage house while Danny's taking Mondays and Tuesdays on radio days. He takes a nap at 5 o'clock. I mean, it's just part of his daily routine.
5 p.m.?
5 p.m., 5:30.
He doesn't shut it down for good at 5 p.m.? It's just a nap?
No, because Pity and I may make it over there, and we got to start talking med mal cases or whatever's going on in the week. And so Pity and I will be having a conversation, and literally Danny will just answer with his eyes closed.
He might be meditating. It might be more of a meditation than a sleep.
It is kind of, isn't it, Danny?
It's a mix. It depends.
He used to answer questions in medical school, Bubba, while he was sleeping.
Yeah, I would sleep during class, and then I'd wake up, ask a question, and fall back asleep. I got second best sleeper. The girl that beat me was pregnant. Bitch. Cheater.
This is what I've held on. I've held on to this all morning, knowing that this could disrupt the program very much so. Seth is beside himself. Jay asked him, Seth, what's wrong, bud? And Seth says, I can't get into it. And this
I said I need a bye week from football, man.
Right.
This is when I'm an adult and it's affecting me to where my family had to witness me in despair yesterday. My daughter had to start asking me questions if I'm well. My wife's trying to get her to feel better, all because of the Bears. It's just, I'm reevaluating things today,
So
Bubba.
the Bears 4-2, they're up by 3 points on Washington. The Commanders, oddly enough, with Daniels. Where did Daniels come from? LSU. Jesus, he's good. But the Bears got him. It's one play left. The ball's on the 50. Actually, the ball is on the 48 of Washington. And the Bear. There's one play left. There's one play left. And
meanwhile, all rookie quarterback just led us down the field to the 1 yard line, scored a touchdown. I mean, and it was just it was pure elation. And then this.
So yeah, don't forget the Bears. Caleb Williams marches them all the way down with less than 2 minutes left. I think about a minute. 30 left?
They scored with 20 seconds left.
Yeah. So Chicago goes, scores it. Chicago was losing all day.
Yep.
Mostly 9-0. And then
they were losing 12-0, Bubba.
Yeah, but then I was watching, it was 9-0. Then Washington kicked a field goal, and it was 12-0. Next thing I know, it was
12-7.
12-7. And then Chicago gets the ball, drives it, and scores. I think goes for 2.
Yep.
Makes it. And there's 20, how many seconds left?
20.
20 seconds left. So
they had run about 2 plays before this.
They Daniels from LSU, rookie, and then Caleb Williams from USC, rookie. Battle of the Rooks.
Battle of pick 1 versus 2. That's why they flex this game to 425.
Yeah. And Daniels has the Washington Commanders 2 yards from midfield. There's no time. A field goal would tie it if you would be in field goal range, but they're 25 yards away from field goal range.
Never got 2 seconds. You don't have time to set up for a field goal.
Yeah, and Washington has no timeouts left, and so they got one play. They got one play. They have the infamous Hail Mary, which works out never, unless you're Aaron Rodgers. but you know.
There's literally percentages. It's usually, I think it's between it's less than 10% or right around 10 to 12%.
It's been going up. It's been going up. I don't know if it's the receivers are getting bigger, the quarterback's getting stronger, but I feel like Hail Marys are completed way more than they used to be.
Here's the other thing is, there's only one scenario that hurts the Bears, and that is a touchdown. There's no other scenarios. I've seen professional football teams rush as little as 2 people. And even put like a defensive end or a tall guy literally right at the goal line, and they're trained to just bat the ball down. Don't try to catch it, just swat it. And so here you go. This is why Seth is sick to his stomach. Like if you're a Bear fan, or anybody that's played against this scenario, you're like, there's no way. We got this. There's no way they complete this.
I didn't say that. And by the way, I appreciate to everybody who reached out to me. It was a trying time yesterday.
Comes down to one lap.
Now I don't know why this guy.
36-yard line.
I don't know why this guy.
He scrambles.
Isn't just running for his life down to the goal line.
Last play, and it's going to be getting longer by the second. You're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can step into it. Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line. And the ball is caught! Caught!
And, well,
It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh, my goodness!
Seth, do you practically puke?
It's still only 1 in 12 times. It's less than 10%.
Crazy! It's a madhouse in Landover, Maryland. He did it. Getting longer by the second.
And not only, I mean, all he had these Bear guys. The first thing is you don't let anybody behind you. You literally do not let anybody behind you.
Nope.
And then the other thing is you don't catch the ball. You just swat it.
You're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can step into it. Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line.
All right, hold on.
And the ball is caught!
You know, a Bear even got his hand on it, too. You're right, Bubba. If he just swatted it away,
yeah,
he just tipped it up perfectly.
The line.
Boom.
Okay. Boink. White hand. White glove.
Well, the problem is they let like these 2 guys, and like you can't let any of the Washington guys behind you.
Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on one.
Exactly.
And the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle!
Covering the receiver, Bubba.
It's Noah Brown! Oh!
I mean, now here's what I'm saying. This guy right here, hold on.
Longer by the second. You're all the way back at the 30.
This guy, number 53, like, every guy needs to be accountable. Like,
he's like a spy. He's following the quarterback left and right.
but
And
hold
at the
on.
end, he runs in.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't run. He stops.
He does.
Watch. He does. Now, Dan, if he was to right now go as fast as he can to the quarterback and then pull up right before, because you don't want to get you don't want to get a hurt in the quarterback. But watch.
Step into it.
Here he stops. He doesn't even like try to. Yeah, he could, as hard as he wanted to, ram into those two dudes, which might disrupt them back. Make them head back towards the quarterback.
Now you can step in.
If he starts running right now and he literally engages this guy or this guy, that could potentially disrupt Daniel's throw.
Put your hands up.
But he doesn't.
He didn't put his hands up.
The 53 should have gone up and at least propelled himself off the guy's shoulder pads. I've seen defensive linemen do that, Lummy. Well, they'll jump up and then use the shoulder pads to try to get more height.
Now you can step into it.
I mean, 53, what in the hell are you thinking?
Here comes the hail.
Like, just a complete, unabated, don't give the guy any pressure.
Now you can step in.
The only guy that was trying was this dude. He was trying to get in there. That guy.
99.
Yeah.
By the second. You're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you
99's trying.
That's not a block in the back. That's close. Oof, look at that one.
That is close to him.
That's pretty close, 99.
all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can
on that side.
Hold on. But so if 53 just starts going as fast as he can and jumps.
Step into it.
If he jumps right there, that could affect it.
Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line. And the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown!
So anyway, Seth, yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Nah, don't be sorry.
The Bucs had the same thing. We threw a great Hail Mary on the 5-yard line. It's the dumbest thing ever.
Isn't it nice to have somebody that's your president that doesn't need a teleprompter? We haven't been on teleprompter for a long time. I haven't been on this teleprompter. No, it is nice. You saw the other day where Kamala got a little stuck on the teleprompter, went a little bad. It stopped on her. You have to be, if you're a politician, you have to be able to handle that. Remember? You have to do the weave, he says. You got to do more than the weave. But it happens a lot as a politician. It happens. I mean, we have so many politicians here, great ones. Really great, because some are not so good, but great ones. And when Newt, or when the Speaker, or when Tommy Tuberville, who's here someplace, the great senator from Alabama, or when any one of our literally...
All right, Donald, thanks.
I mean, that's why people want a teleprompter.
Your 2-year-old to smear the contents of his diapers on the wall of your living room, and you do nothing about it. If you allow your...
Listen, this does hit home because not that Jay and Dan are raising their kids, their teenage kids, to be heathens, and not that little Danny can't accept the answer no, and not that no is sometimes given to your children. But that seems to be the problem of today's parenting and this new generation, Gen Z, that they can't. No is no longer an option. If little Danny wants to become a girl, not in Dan's household, but in others, could be like, okay, Danny, you can be a girl. Not no. And today, and so I think.
Go smash that dollhouse over your head.
I think.
Like
yeah,
Kanye.
Yeah. And I may have to stitch it, before child services come, but I'll have it stitched up. But kids no longer have any rules. They can do whatever they want. I was talking to a guy this weekend who's a teacher. I'm not going to mention, but and at a Pinellas high school, and he was like. He teaches science at a Pinellas high school, and a public school. And he's like, I said, do you have any, how much fighting? He's like, there's about 2 or 3 fights a day. And and this is a young guy. This guy's like 25, 26, just out of college.
Really?
Teaches science. He's like, there's 2 or 3 fights a day. And I said, how many people do you have in your class that just are either disrespectful or have tried you? Or he's not that big of a guy. He's like, I got about 4. Got 3 guys, three boys and 1 girl who, through my 7 periods or 6 periods, how many periods he teaches, he's like, that I just cannot teach. They don't want to be there. They do their own thing. They get on their cell phone, and I cannot do anything other than to tell them to go to the office, and that only works for the first 10 times. And the office will eventually tell me that they don't want me to send this kid to the office anymore, so I just have to deal with it. So I'm teaching now. His average class is about 26 students.
What?
Yes. He says I'm teaching to 25 of them at that time.
It should be 15 at the most.
I'm teaching to about 25 of them at that time. And they're all good kids. They all want to learn. They all are listening. And they're all, listening to my instruction, pull out a piece of paper, take notes, turn to, page 155 in your book, whatever.
What grade?
9, 10, 11, and 12.
Wow.
And he's like, but I have 4 that they don't listen to me. They don't take the tests. They take them, but they just, they'll write their name on the front, check a few boxes if they're, and I cannot do anything about them. And I was like, man, when I was a kid growing up, you could never act that way in class. Like first of all, you get sent down to the office. And they might light your ass up down there. High school is a little old for whacking, but they'd certainly put you like an in-school suspension, which is not cool. And then, better yet, here's what you had to worry about, is Arlene marching her ass down there, or Joe marching his ass down there, or Doug Clem, or my mom, and the school calling your parents and letting them know how disruptive Dan has been today, and that Dan or Bubba or Jay or Steve or Seth or Lummy is unteachable. Now, Seth, your mom was a teacher, so you couldn't get away with nothing. So what that was the worst part, is when they called our parents, and then we got grilled by our parents. Why are you being so disruptive, and why are you being a problem in class? And I can promise you that ain't going to happen anymore. Because I'm either going to whip your ass, or B, take some type of privilege away from you that means a lot to you, or C, both. Chances are we got C.
And they don't expel these kids anymore.
Nope.
In our era, they expelled them after a while.
Yeah, and the office tells my guy, hey, just let them do their thing. So he said he puts them in the back of the class. And they literally they're in their own world. He goes, you're not supposed to have your cell phone out. They do.
I was going to ask you that. Do you think that teachers should have the ability to take cell phones as you enter the classroom?
Yeah.
I do too.
But here's the deal.
It should be like a little basket for them all.
They have that at Jesuit.
But here's the deal.
Some classes, not all, but I think
here's
it's
the deal. Wait till you get that guy the size of Lummy that says no.
Well, they bring 2 phones is what these kids do. They put a burner phone in the box, and then they have another one in their backpack.
So he's like, and then he's like, listen, man, and this guy's 26 years old, just out of college not too long ago. Pretty good looking guy, like young.
This is someone who would have spent a career as a teacher 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Think he will now?
Yeah, I don't know. This is his 2nd year. And I'm like, well, tell me about the chicks. And he goes, oh my God. He's like, oh my God, you don't even understand how thirsty. He's a pretty good looking dude too. He goes, how thirsty, and how they will just absolutely throw it out there. And he's like,
kids or teachers?
Students.
Oh my God.
It's not Mr. Clem.
Juniors, and I'm like,
25-year-old high school teacher.
I would never make it.
Mr. Clem would be in trouble.
And so he's like, listen, man, if I have a female that needs some, wants some additional instruction or isn't like that, he goes, I have a protocol. The door's open.
Yep.
And we take a desk or two desks to the hallway or at the very front of the door, and we will go through whatever situation she has, whatever learning, whatever.
Smart.
But the desks will be either in the hallway or at the mouth of the open door.
It's very smart
with the door wide open, and boom. And he goes
on a Sunday.
No. And then I'm like,
8:30 p.m.
And then he's like, I'll be in my classroom and there'll be two dudes that are just, it looks like literally an MMA. He goes, and every kid, here's the difference. Back in the day when we were kids, not every kid knew how to wrestle, and not every kid knew how to mount or rear naked choke or any of that. So if you came from a wrestling background, like a lot of us did, I wrestled, I know you guys wrestled.
You had an advantage.
You'd had an advantage on a guy because we wanted to go to the ground. We're not going to sit there and just swing all day. We're going to single leg you.
Right off the
bat. We're going
bat.
to take you down, and then we're going to try to get control.
Ground and pound before there was such a thing.
Well, now he goes, the bad thing about it is even the nerds watch enough UFC to know a little bit about it. So they're all UFC kings. And he goes, I'll be in my class in between periods. There'll be literally two dudes fighting right outside my door. Somebody will stick their head in and say, hey, Mr. Such and Such, John and Jim are fighting. He goes, I go and close my door. I don't try to break them up. I don't try to get involved. I close my door. Because at that case, I can't get in trouble.
What did we have, 2 or 3 fights a semester on campus?
Maybe,
you know what I mean?
Maybe.
1 or 2 a year? I don't remember a bunch on campus.
Listen, I fought a kid named Scott Zook one time, and we knew we were going to fight. Like, it was a big buildup at school. But we knew that we couldn't fight at school.
Right. So you went across the street after school, right?
Nope. So we fought at the baseball fields. You know how every community has a set of baseball fields?
Yeah.
We fought at the baseball fields and agreed, be there at 5:30. So Larry came and picked me up at like 20 after 5, went over there.
Whole school's there, right?
No. It was Ricky Hernandez and Scott Zook and me and Larry.
How bad you beat him?
Oh, he was a little dude too, but he was just one of these karate dudes.
Oh.
Yeah, and I was probably 225, and he was probably 140. And he comes up at me, and I just kind of in the readied position, and he comes up and kicks me first time and got me like on the hip, a little kick. Well, it didn't really hurt. So I'm like, okay, next time he kicks me again, I'm going to grab his leg, and then it's over. And so next time he comes up, he tries to do like a spinning back kick. Well, I grabbed his leg, Lummy. We were on the pitcher's mound. And I took him down to the ground, and I cheese grated his face on the pitcher's mound.
Nice.
Literally just went, nyah, nyah. I didn't even throw a punch. His face was all tore up. And I'm like, are you done? And he's like, I'm done. We got up, shook hands, and the girl we were fighting over, it was over. That's it.
Dan did the same thing, and he got in trouble. He did it across the street from school. Paul Fragnoli, correct?
Yep.
And what happened, Dan?
I whooped his ass, and then he got and then he rode his bike home, bloodied up, and a cop stopped him. And then cops came to my house. They were pissed.
And then the principal of the school, Danny was straight A student, had never missed a day. He never did anything wrong, and the principal wanted to suspend him. For 2 weeks, he would have lost his Duke University acceptance, and we had this guy, Mr. Jenkins, who knew Danny forever. And he said, no, sir, we're not doing that. We're giving him 2 weeks of detention. Correct? You got 2 weeks.
I'm the one that said that. I'm like, I'm taking 2 weeks of detention. There's
he
no
went to
way.
bat for you. Yeah, Mr. Jenkins went to bat for you over Mr. Zachary. I'll never forget it because he was still there when I was there, and he was such a kind guy because he was not going to let Mr. Zachary ruin your future because you defended yourself. This kid was a bully, a druggie, a bully. And Danny,
19, he was still a junior.
Yep.
Dumb. Completely
dumb.
And the whole school, this whole thing is like it built up. And
but
then
did rumor get out, Danny?
There was 100 people watching.
Yeah.
Bubba, I was a crowd. There was a big crowd. Yeah.
Because this was nerdy old. At the time, Danny was just, straight laced. Never did anything wrong.
Just
he
like
was
yesterday.
captain of the wrestling team. Despite the first year, the wrestling coach says, Dan, you need to quit. And he's like, what? And then by his senior year, he's captain. And he's all buff, and he's still Dan. And so this was his first time where he literally had to step out of that kind of nerdy role and stand up for himself. And he did, and the principal wanted to ruin his life.
Seth, you ever get in a fight as a kid?
No.
Never?
No.
Well, I mean, you probably got in a few.
Yeah, I got into a couple.
Yeah, but your size would be a deterrent.
Scary.
Like if you were the same size in high school, I'd be like, man, you know what? I'm going to be your buddy.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to win that
I'm going to be
better
like,
as a friend.
I'm going to be like, hey, listen, you know what? You're my buddy. You are my buddy.
Right.
If you allow your 2-year-old to smear the contents of his diapers on the wall of your living room, and you do nothing about it, if you allow your 14-year-old to light a joint at the breakfast table, if you allow your hormone-addled 15-year-old daughter to like slam the door of her bedroom and give you the finger, you're gonna get more of it.
Yep.
And those kids are gonna wind up in rehab. It's not good for you, and it's not good for them. No. There has to be a point at which dad comes home.
This is the full context?
Yeah.
Oh my God, they clipped it. Do you know they clipped it to just the next part where they say daddy has to spank his daughter like he was talking about Kamala?
He's talking about dads stepping up,
parental responsibility
in our current environment of the, you can't really whip, you really can't be a hard ass dad. Tuck talks about the importance of being Joe Diaco, being Doug Clem, being Bubba Clem.
So wait, if your daughter slams the door when she's hormonal, that means she's going to be in rehab?
No, but that means that you need to open the door up and you need to say to your daughter, that is 100% inappropriate, and you're not doing that in my house.
This is right in Jay's power alley.
I'm dealing, you don't do that in my house.
Right.
Excuse me. Sorry.
But
you may apologize now.
You have a little bit of an advantage.
Well, you got to get stiff. Well, no, and you got to establish the stiffness early.
You have a wife from Plant City that'll handle that for you.
Yeah, but you know what? You'd be surprised at how the daughter-mom thing is completely different. Mm-hmm. She talks to her mother in a way that she would never, ever talk to me.
Right.
And so anyway, that's what he's talking about. It's just parenting. Be a dad.
To be a point at which dad comes home.
And whip some ass. We need some ass whippings around here.
I never had to touch my daughter, and I never would.
Oh, I got a story where Heather asked me to go in and spank Julia. She was 6 or 7 at the time, and she was so tough, way tougher than Tyler. And so not Eric. So Heather had already spanked her 2 times because she did something horrible at school, like, I don't know, pushed a girl or something like that. And Heather had already come home and spanked her, and it didn't even phase her. So I come home from work, and Heather's like, you need to go in there and you need to spank her. And I'm like, well, first of all, she's not my kid, and I don't want to be I'm going to be respectful to her father. But her father, Kevin, was a cool dude, and I'm like, you need to come, Heather. You need to come in here with me and witness this. If you're asking me to give her 2 whacks on the ass, so I walk in there, and Heather's denoted that there needs to be 2 whacks on the ass. Bam, bam. So I go, come here, Julia. You did this and you did this. You know better. You talk back to your mom. You can't do that. That doesn't work. Boom! And I gave her 2 smacks to the ass, and I brought it. I brought 2 smacks to the ass.
And she said, "You got nothing on Hogan."
And she said to me, she said, "Is that all I'm getting is 2?" And I go, "Yeah." And I pulled Heather out. I go, I don't know what to do.
She pulled a Steven? That's all you got?
Yeah, and then
can't win.
And Tyler starts crying even before.
That's a trade.
Because he's like, I don't want it. I don't want Julia to get spanked. And I go, shut up for your necks. And he ran to his room, and he was crying that she was getting spanking. And I whipped that ass, and that tough little girl was just like, okay. I mean, it was like business to her. She's like, okay.
Wow.
I pulled Heather out. I'm like,
I
don't know what to do.
It's going to be trouble.
Yeah, that's right.
And she never got in trouble.
She didn't? She wasn't a troublemaker later on? She eventually
never
became a nice person?
Never got in trouble with the Florida State.
Nice.
Graduated. I don't know what she's doing now. I think she's in orthopedics or something, but she's
awesome. Good.
I've tried to keep up on her Facebook. She's beautiful. She turned into a really good young lady.
Dad comes home.
We do. Our country needs more dads coming home.
And he's pissed. Dad is pissed. He's not vengeful. He loves his children. Disobedient as they may be, he loves them. Because they're his children. They live in his house. But he's very disappointed in their behavior. And he's going to have to let them know. He's going to have to get to your room right now and think about what you did. And when Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now. And no, It's not going to hurt me more than it hurts you. No, it's not. I'm not going to lie. This is going to hurt you a lot more than it hurts me. And you earned this. You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
So have they clipped this to make him look like a creepo?
Yeah, they clipped it like he was talking about Kamala. Like you've been a bad girl, Kamala, and you need a spanking. Like adult women need spanking.
That may not be too far off.
It has to be this way because it's true. And you're only going to get better when you take responsibility for what you did.
He's been spanked before.
That's not said in the spirit of hate.
Have we all?
His parents punched him in the face, actually.
Who?
I mean,
Tucker.
I think. I mean, I got spanked. Lummy, you get spanked.
I got spanked.
Dan,
I'm just saying Kamala needs to be spanked.
Dan, you got your ass whipped.
Yes, wooden spoon.
Yes.
Seth, you ever get your ass whipped?
Yeah, same like Dan. Wooden salad spoon, hanger.
Yeah.
A couple. I don't know if I got hit with the belt. My mom hit me more than my dad, but I haven't.
You had a hanger?
Yeah, the hangers were bad.
Yeah,
no wire hanger deal?
Yeah.
Don't try to grab the
Mommy
plastic.
dares.
It's not said in the spirit of.
My mom would whip me with those brown extension cords.
Oh,
right
damn.
across the back of the legs.
Ouch.
Damn.
Really? And then sometimes it would wrap around and get the front part of your thigh too.
Oh my
She
God.
get a 2-for-1 on the
It's
deal.
like the scourging at the pillar.
Vengeance or bigotry? Far from it. It's said in the spirit of justice, which is the purest and best thing there is. And without it, things fall apart.
I mean, things are falling apart because we are not disciplining our child. It's unheard of to give your kid a whipping. I mean, they literally will call.
It's not even that you need a whipping, Bubba. It's you can't even say no to a kid without them like completely falling apart.
Let alone spank them.
You know,
I mean, you got the child. You could literally have the Department of Children and Family Services at your front door if you were to spank your child, and she or he has a cell phone and calls my mom and listen. When I was going through a custody battle, here's how it scored by child psychiatrists and all. When I was going through a custody battle, I had to go through all this, all this thing. And here's the deal: bare hand on the butt, and when it starts to sting your hand, stop. That 2 or 3. That's what's an okay spanking. If a cop comes in to your home because your kid has a cell phone and said, "My dad spanked me," and the cop was to bring the children. I don't know if I don't know who they have to bring in to be able to look at your kid's butt. I don't know who they, I don't want a cop necessarily looking at my kid's butt, but I'm sure they bring in a child workers, expert if they are claiming abuse on just a simple spanking. And if it's no more than a handprint on the kid's ass, you're good.
Well, I've
You ever get a
actually
piece of Hot Wheels track?
Never, yeah. I've never had to actually put my hands on my daughter because, my son, I did his hand once when he was 3, hit his mom, and instead of hitting his butt or anything, I just grabbed his hand and I just did a really good whack on his hand. And he's never ever done anything since. But with Sage, what I do is I say, you may think it's okay to speak to your mother that way, but you will not speak to my wife that way. And when I flip to that person and she sees my eyes and she sees how disrespectful it is, and you may think it's okay for your mother, but you're not going to do it to my wife. I mean, that's my son. My children know when I flip the switch to that guy, do not mess with mom. Period.
Is that just
Because
a girl thing, Jay?
Yes.
Because I look my daughter in the eyes when I'm very upset, and I could tell that it resonates with her as much as hitting her would.
Oh yeah, look, a dad look is far more traumatic to a little girl than a mom look.
And
Even
but
a voice change.
You flip that switch with them, Seth, when they see you like you defending your wife. You may speak to your mother that way, but you will not speak to my wife that way. Never.
That's a great line.
Dan says
my kids
you can
flip.
talk to any way you want, and especially mom. Give her the business.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Yeah, no, I gotta get it. I gotta use it so it stays with me.
That's funny.
Oh man. Just a couple of Sigmas sitting in here chilling. Ooh. Ooh. I had a detox with basketball last night. Couldn't even turn on the Sunday night game.
Isn't it cool to be able to watch a little basketball though?
Yeah, dude, it's fucking great. It's fucking awesome. That's all I want in my life. Oh man. Tough scene, man. Tough scene. What up, Nick? Congrats on your fucking Wemby, you rascal. Take me home tonight. I don't wanna let you go till you see the light. So today we've got football, baseball, basketball, hockey. You see the Fever fired their coach, Bubba?
Yeah, I don't know. Did you get a clarification? Like, what the fuck?
I think, you know what, honestly?
No, I don't know.
I could tell you, I think they're going to have their choice of anybody they want to come coach Clark. So I think that's probably a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But 6 coaches got fired in the WNBA, so there's a lot of turnover.
I know, I saw that. Indiana also brought in a new president and a new GM. Did you see that?
Yeah, who used to be with the Pacers, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lady who used to be with the Pacers for a long time who's with them. What up, Timothy?
Man, if you're Caitlin Clark, that might upset you.
No, she doesn't care. Man, Bubba Wendy, trust me, that nobody wants to hear me sing.
Isn't it that time of the day? Usually Buster.
Yeah, I do, but not everybody loves it, and a podcast of me singing, I don't know. I don't know how that would do. Oh, lordy. Hey, T said to say hi, Bubba.
Hey, T's.
Hey, we got an uncensored podcast today. But we could get to a lot of the stuff that we didn't get to today.
Yeah. I was gonna probably break down the Trump appearance on Rogan.
Oh no.
Did you watch it?
No, but we have all the high spots.
Thank you, Diva. I appreciate it. I've got a great 80s catalog.
3 hours.
You watched it all?
It was in context. There wasn't a thing he said that was controversial.
What up, Hoss?
I heard it was pretty softball-ish.
Not really. He made him talk about 2020. He didn't want to really talk about it.
Hey, Bubba's list is a little, just leave Bubba alone. He's going to make his list, because he had Ice Cube in his list, and then he realized that was weird, so, he's working it.
I haven't watched it all yet.
He'll get Tech 9 on there.
Yeah, I watched it in the car going places around this weekend. Listened to it, really.
That's how I started.
You sure did, Mike.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
on today's uncensored after show. Probably we'll save a lot of that to break down the Trump Joe Rogan appearance on Friday. It was 3 hours. Don't want to get too MAGA. It'll just upset people here on the main show.
Save the MAGA for the pod?
Well, a little bit. That only, but like people are like, oh, we don't like when you talk politics. Here's the deal, man. It's impossible not to talk politics when you're getting ready for what? We 9 days away.
That's a week from tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're 8 days away from one of the most contested, important, most volatile election probably in our lifetime as being able to vote. So there's just, I don't know, and it's kind of, I think the unknown factor, regardless of who you're voting for. I'm not going to tell you who to vote. Most importantly, just vote. But secondly, I think both sides of the party feel this. Both sides of each individual party feel this way. I think this is a common feeling that Democrats and Republicans have. There's there's just not a lot we agree on, people. Realistically, though, just like John Morgan said, and I really respect John, he's very smart. And he's like, really, Republicans and Democrats really aren't that far away. They're very close. And it's like the Democratic Party has moved the most with regards to what it used to be. And then that kind of aligns with being a little more conservative. And most, not just hardcore conservatives and hardcore liberals, but most people have kind of middled themselves out, kind of like me. I believe in abortion. I believe in gun rights. I believe in the legalization of marijuana. But,
you believe in voter ID and secure elections.
I'd like to secure our border.
Yep.
I'd like to let people in that go through the proper channels. Immigration is important. Immigration is important for the worker aspect of some jobs that Americans refuse because for whatever reason refuse to do, that immigrants do. But those immigrants need to be legal. And there's a process that we've set forth. I think that the Conservative Party has a better grip on that. But, listen, hardcore conservatives are like, there's no wiggle room on gun rights. Like, I am not giving up my Second Amendment right. No, I'm not. You know what? Neither am I. But if I was to reach across party lines and say, I can probably agree to some legislation limiting some gun ownership or limiting the type of guns, I think
I can't get around that.
Well, I can. I think you should be 21, and I think that
I agree with that.
Every gun that you buy and own, you should have to register. You have to register your car. You have to and so that
you believe in a national gun registration, Bubba? Really?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
I do.
Okay. I absolutely disagree with you there.
Okay, well, that's fine.
No, I know. I just want to that's a big thing for Second Amendment people and the fear is that if you register your gun, then the government knows who has the guns and where they are, and then when they outlaw AR-15s or whatever it is, AK-47s, they come rolling up to your house like Kamala said they were going to do, with or without a warrant, and they say, I'm going to buy back the gun that I never bought from you.
Well,
and that's the fear.
Okay,
so,
I understand your fear.
It's not mine. It's just, well, I guess
you have to register your Ferrari,
right?
You have to register your cell phone.
I don't.
Yes, you do. Your phone just can't. You just.
Well, yeah, you have to. It's in my name for sure.
Yeah, okay.
But there's a way to do phones without it being in your name.
Sure, and there's also a way to buy guns not in your name as well.
Right.
But But
Bubba, as a legal gun owner, a concealed weapons permit owner, I have to do it that way.
I know. So what's wrong with you automatically register your guns because you're a law-abiding gun permit owner. I am too.
Have you ever had anyone give you a gun?
Yes.
Have you ever registered that?
No.
Okay. Do you think you should?
No.
Okay.
Hold on. No.
Okay.
No.
Right.
But if that was a huge sticking point, I could work with that. I mean, here's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about common ground. I'm talking about both parties.
I like background checks.
I do too. I love background checks.
I like, a red flag law that's actually based on, it still protects mental health confidences. But
here's the deal. I think we could come to this compromise. Let's not do a gun registration to every gun you own, but let's do a extensive background check that those that buy guns.
Like we went through when we got our concealed weapons permit. Obviously, I don't care about that. I let that happen to me. So did you.
Right.
So anyone that owns a gun, I think that's fair that they should have to go through that.
Okay. So that right now is a compromise to the two parties that we have fighting over this particular issue. The right wants no gun registration, and you know what? Screw you on your background checks. I should be able to go buy a gun, wait for 3 or 4 days, and get my gun. Well, I think you should have to have an extensive background check. And then, Jay, let's not do the registration deal. That seems to make you go crazy, so we won't do that. But what we will do is that we will, if you own whatever you got now is grandfathered in.
Yep.
But moving forward, maybe we take a look at bump stocks. Maybe we take a look at fully auto.
Both of those are illegal already. Trump allowed there to be some sort of national legislation against bump stocks after the Vegas shooting. I agree.
All right. So there we go. We have that issue handled.
Yep. Automatic should be left for the military.
I believe that in abortion, I believe there needs to be a cutoff period.
And exceptions.
And exceptions. So that's completely against the big hardcore R's.
Except probably, like Morgan was saying, there's probably a majority of R's that say, you know what, in today's day and age, abortion's going to be legal, but let's find out what's a good limitation. Is it 15 weeks? Is it 20 weeks?
No, it's
That's
viable.
what Republicans are trying.
It's viable.
That's what it is here. Viability is what's on the ballot.
And when every state that had the trigger laws where we're locking down abortion the minute Roe v. Wade's turn, they have these trigger laws, and all 4, 5, 6, 7, however many states that have these trigger laws, it went to a referendum or a public vote at the next available election.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, abortion is undefeated. Meaning every state that tried to lock it down to 0 or 5,
even conservative states,
Nebraska, Oklahoma,
Ohio,
got their asses kicked.
Yep.
So I'm a Republican that believes in abortion up to viability. I'm a Republican that believes in gun rights, but I have some wiggle room to negotiate and understand that potentially we have a little bit of a gun issue with all the school shootings and things like that.
But like you and I can have a respectful discussion. I can do this with any open-minded person and say, you know what? That's not a bad idea.
So why can't our Congress and our leaders have the same conversation you and I have? So I went hard in the paint with the registration. You came back with a hard no, and then but you're gonna go ahead and you see that I'm compromising on abortion, so you appreciate that. So you're like, you know what? Let's not go with gun registration, but let's go with background checks.
Well, I'm a middle conservative. I'm a center right guy, but I believe the same thing you do about abortion.
So you and I, if you and I are senators or congressmen or representing anything, we've already hammered out a couple of the most hugest issues that our country's fighting over.
Yep.
Then we go to immigration. I'm like, you know what? If you're a Democrat, you want full blown, let everybody in you can. Let's go ahead and subsidize them. Let's give them free money. Let's do that. And I am, if you're a hardcore red, you're like, not a one of them gets in. We're deporting them all back, blah, blah, blah. And I say, you know what? Let's deport the illegal ones. Let's keep the legal ones in, and moving forward, let's have a process to let good, hardworking immigrants that want to register and be in the system in, and let's keep the ones that want to be illegal and not be known and be anonymous, so to speak, which leads to bad things, out.
Absolutely.
Boom.
And then you take it a step further and you say, but that has to start with locking the border down now. and only allowing legals in, and we're not going to just mass
I'm all for
deport
that.
everybody.
I'm
We're
all
going to
for
start with those 15,099 murderers and those 14,750 or whatever it is, child molesters and pedophiles. We know of 30, 40, 50,000 people in this country that are murderers, rapists in other countries before they came here, let alone the ones that are in jail now. And so start with them.
And then let's go to the final thing, and that is the stability of our military and our military help or our involvement in A, Israel in that situation, and B, Ukraine.
Let's start with that one. That's easy. Can we start with we need to end them both?
Well, I think we go into Ukraine and we say, listen, you two, I'm over it. I'm done. I'm not sending any more planes or bullets over here to Ukraine. What I'm doing is getting you and Putin in a room, and we're going to hammer this out. A certain amount of Ukraine doesn't want to even be part of Ukraine. They want to be part of Russia. We'll carve that out. Putin, you're not going to take any more land than that. And that's the way it is. Boom. Don't let me get involved because it won't be good.
Right. Well, here's what I would say to people is if you believe in ceasefire now and that too many Palestinians are dying, then in Ukraine you should believe in a ceasefire now and there's too many Ukrainians and Russians dying. They've never used the word ceasefire ever. They make it seem like it's some big problem that Trump wants to sit down with Putin and say, stop it now, or there's going to be consequences. That's called diplomacy. So we're promoting diplomacy with terrorists in Israel and Palestine. And I'm not saying you shouldn't. You should. You should try to negotiate peace. It should be based, though, on all the American hostages home. But my thing is, if it's good for one war zone, shouldn't it be good for the other?
Yeah.
You're not even allowed to talk about a ceasefire or reaching some sort of reconciliation between Russia and Ukraine because then you're a Russian bot. I'm somehow going to be a Russian bot now because I'm saying it doesn't humanity work on both sides.
So that's my candidate. That's my candidate right there. A person that, can cross party lines and some common sense and realize that most Americans feel the way what we just mapped out. Most Americans feel that way. And all the fighting and all the bickering and all the name calling and these two candidates here, whether they're the two best candidates or not, this is the people that are in the race. This is the two horses that are running. And, listen, and both of them fear, I have to go to words, but both of them, I didn't get to this, and this is what I started out with. Both of them fear, the Democrats fear, oh my God, what's going to happen when Donald Trump takes office? We've been conditioned to think that he's going to be the next Hitler, that he's going to be a tyrant, that he's going to do the weaponization of the government, blah, blah, blah. Oh, my God, I don't even know.
Is he not coming for revenge?
No, but hold on. And maybe he is. And I'm scared to death.
He said revenge is success.
If you're a Democrat and you're like, oh, my God, I am scared to live in a country that this guy that's going to be the president. He said A, B, C, and D. He's going to do A, B, C, and D. I am scared of there's going to be unrest in the streets. There's going to be protesting. It's going to be an absolute crap show. I don't know if we're even going to have a country left. That's what the Democrats think about Donald Trump getting in. If you're a Republican and you think Kamala Harris is going to be president, you're like, oh my God, what am I going to do? She is we're going to probably get into World War III. I don't know if she's strong enough to stop these two military situations we got going on. She's very, very liberal. She wants to let boys play in girls' sports. She wants inmates to have open be able to sex changes. And then you think to yourself, the one common denominator you have is, I don't know if our country can make it with her. And we both, the hardcore Donald Trump person, or a guy who's voting for Trump and the guy who's voting for Kamala, they both have one thing in common, and that is I'm tetrified as to what happens if the other guy wins.
Can I respond to what you say real quick?
Yeah.
Because when they say that Trump's going to be a dictator and he's going to be a fascist and he's going to be like Hitler and he's never going to leave, he's 79.
He's old.
He's
yeah.
never. I mean, he's going to die in 10 years or less. That's what happens to old guys. He's already outlived the national life expectancy. So everyone who became a tyrant, a fascist, a dictator, they were in their 40s. There's no Trumps in history. There's no 79-year-old dictators. It doesn't happen. What he wants to do is he wants to implement policies that promote America first.
Yeah,
and a
lot
lot of people think that that's nationalistic. And then they throw in Christians and say it's Christian nationalistic. There's two mindsets. Some people believe that, yeah, you can give aid to the world after you start with our citizens. And so there's a lot of black and brown people that are mad that we've given $650 million to illegals when they're suffering in their communities and they can't get schools that teach their children correctly and they can't get infrastructure and water and hospitals and all the things that we're supposed to get as citizens. And they're watching these people who did not follow our basic laws get the things that they've been begging for. And so that's the main problem with the Democratic argument is they're not recognizing that regardless of race, color, creed.
But we don't have a person to argue their point against you. It's just, this is just your opinion as to what you think is going to happen, but we don't have a person to argue what you're talking about right now.
It's a shame.
It's just, it's.
What do you mean? What kind of person? Like a Democrat?
No, just like everything that Jay says is his opinion, and he obviously has his candidate. I'm going to probably vote for that same guy. Well, yeah, I already voted. I'll just tell you, I voted for Trump. Just because I think he has,
we have a binary decision. It's either or.
Doesn't matter why I did it. But it's just, I've never seen our country more unhealthy than it is right now. And it is like a big festering boil that's coming to a head that's going to explode 1 week from tomorrow night.
Well, that's why we must look to people like you and Jay. We must look to people like Kid Rock and Eminem, who are on different ends of the political spectrum, but come together over their love of the Detroit Lions, setting a very classy way for two white rappers from Michigan to show everybody in America how it's done when you have differing point of views.
Yeah, but then we got Swift. We got Swift and others that are.
She hasn't done any. She doesn't say anything about Trump.
No, she has already endorsed. Come on,
she said she's a childless cat lady that supports Biden.
I'm saying that Eminem and Kid Rock support different candidates, and they're still talking to each other.
I love that.
And they're talking about how they can disagree, but they can still have class, and they're trying to show America.
Yeah.
How that I don't know what Taylor Swift has to do with that at all. But
No,
I love that.
I misunderstood what you said.
Yeah.
I misunderstood what you said. You're right. Kid Rock and Eminem can still hang out together.
They went to the game together?
Even though
I don't think so. They were talking on Twitter yesterday.
Cool. Even though they're voting for completely opposite. They live in the same. They live in the same area. They stand for the strength of their city.
They've been friends for quite a while.
Been great friends for quite a while. And it's just that's the problem. Kamala voters and Trump voters, for some reason, just can't get along. And it's made our country so unhealthy. It's made winner at all costs. And this is like the worst in the mudslinging, the worst in the assassination attempts, the worst in the taking things out of context. And they're both guilty of it. They both are guilty of it.
But, if you look at our little subsect of society, on paper, Seth and I would probably be diametrically opposed to things. And in reality, we probably agree on 90+% of everything. That's the truth.
Yeah.
When we sit down and we talk, whether it's off the air, in the hot mic or whatever, we've got the same morals, the same ethics, the same values, and we may have different voter tendencies because of the way we were raised.
Can I tell you, I saw a piece on Hillary a couple days ago on on X. Yeah, on X. And it was when she was running in 2016. And she was actually making more sense than anybody that's spewing anything right now.
Until she said deplorable, she was doing better.
She I think it was on immigration. Let me see if you can find me that Hillary clip on immigration from 16.
Okay.
Okay?
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I did no line, baby.
I'm gonna do it today.
that, Lovey?
Never done it in my life.
About Hillary and I was like, oh wait, hold on, me trying to find on X. I don't think that's very close.
She also said she was for open borders, which is what killed her. There was some speech she gave before she was running again, like in 2014 or something, that she said she wanted open borders. But I know the one Bubba's saying it's gonna be hard to find it.
Just looking for now, 2016. Send another one.
That's so funny, Carlos Clem. That's exactly what I told my daughter. Oh, maybe that's it, huh? I hope I don't seem too out there to you guys.
Imagine a
I think
president
it's just
who has
common sense.
promised that will tear families apart, but it will force will happen. He became defeated the 11th. Pfizer on
You know what, Rhino?
Is that net? In
Is that
American
it? Okay.
history.
I was wondering, do they do throwbacks for the Washington
Let me see.
team? I guess they don't do throwbacks for the... Right, no throwbacks for the Washington team? No. Could you imagine if they went back to Redskin uniforms for the throwback weekend? It'd be hilarious. What's up, HS Bubba fan?
This is it.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
X is incredible. You can find things again. Like a lot of stuff you can't find on YouTube.
Oh, no, but hold on. So I'm going to play this. I don't want you to say anything before I play it.
Okay. I don't remember it.
But it even says, today's Democratic Party would call her MAGA and a far-right extremist. So this woman here, who arguably, was one of the top-ranking Democrats in our lifetime,
for sure,
who was a two-term first lady, who was a Secretary of State and a state senator, who has as much experience as either one of the two candidates, if not more.
Did you forget about the tight-ass Punan?
And at one time had tight-ass Punan. I want you to hear her, and you tell me where she would have politically aligned with today. Because this should show you
how far the party's changed.
Yep. And nobody could argue with her fucking, like, you can't, with regards to the two people that are running now, you can't argue. This bitch has got just as good a resume as they do, if not better. I mean, as far as what you've accomplished in politics.
For sure.
I mean,
I think 12 years as a senator, 8 years as a first lady,
and I think four years as the Secretary of State.
Oh, correct. On top of it, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah,
that.
she was the Secretary of State, third in command.
That's a super important job.
Yes, that is basically the lead person that deals with all of foreign issues.
Now, she wasn't great at it, but she could do that.
Doesn't matter. She did it, and
lead from behind.
She had that. She has that experience.
She does.
So that's. I mean, if you're talking about just straight resumes, what you've done, where you came from. Here you go. This is going to put everybody in perspective.
I hate how they got 2008 looking like fucking 1990.
But isn't it so bad that it does?
Yeah, no, it's really shitty, man. It's really
shows you how fucking turbocharged the fuckism has been.
Yeah, but we had there should.
In 08, we were fucking great.
Yeah, we were
good
good.
quality video.
But like, think about it. In 08, man, we were fucking great.
I know.
But the fuckery just got turbocharged like in 14. Like 10 years ago is when shit started getting fucked up.
Occupy Wall Street, followed by a lot of that other crap.
Here you go.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
You want the best taste in water? Aqua Beato. Go to aquabeato.com. Use Bubba as a promo code. You can have it shipped right to your house. Nothing tastes better than the pH infused alkaline. I think it comes from the Appalachian Mountains. Water in a can. Aqua Beato. This is I'm only going to be able to play this and then we got to go. But if this doesn't now, I want everybody to understand this. We're talking about Hillary Clinton, and maybe for all of you extreme right, maybe for Jay, let me just break it down this way.
I'm not extreme right.
No, I'm just saying, but just for people that have been conditioned to hate her because of who her husband was or the party that she represents, I just want to first say this. Out of both people that are running right now, the only experience that Donald Trump has is his 4 years of being a president. That's it. The only experience that Kamala Harris has is her 4 years as a vice president, and then she dabbled in some California stuff. I guess she was, but
Attorney General.
But as far as federally,
Senator for a period of time.
Federally, very limited experience. If you look at Hillary Clinton, 8 years as a first lady, which doesn't really give you any experience other than just, holding parties and looking cool and looking the other way when your husband's getting oral in the Rose Garden. But she was a United States Senator, I think, for 8 years.
I think 12.
12, maybe 12. And she was also the Secretary of State for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
So by political resume standards, she has more experience than both candidates today. But the Democrats right now, when I play this clip from 2008, the Democrats right now would call her a far-right extremist MAGA. This shows you how much what party has moved. Let me just play this. This comes from her, and it's about immigration.
Is this during the election in 2015 or what?
No, this is 2008.
8, okay.
8. And this is about immigration, which arguably is one of the top 4 things, and in my instance, 1 or 2 or 3 that we're all fighting about. It is one of the big hot. You got abortion, you got the war, the Israel-Ukraine deal, you got economy,
and
you got immigration. I mean, this is how this woman, who was the former Secretary of State, who was a 12-year senator, this is what she thinks about immigration. And you tell me what they would call her nowadays.
So I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone. If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions for you staying. You have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally. You have to pay back taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to try to learn English.
What?
And you have to wait in line.
Where does she align today politically?
Check, check, check.
Oh, she probably hasn't changed her tune on that at all.
Yes, she has.
Oh, has she?
Oh, yeah. They were for an amnesty bill, the bill that they talk about after the first month when
But tell
Biden
me,
undid.
hold on.
Well, go ahead.
So listen, in our lifetime, the 2 most successful Democrats have been in no certain order. Well, no. Number 1, Bill Clinton. Number 2, Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
And this woman here has that message. Maybe they should go back to that message.
They'd win the election right now.
Because
Kamala would win.
They would win. It would be an ass whipping.
It wouldn't be controversial.
But
that's the whole thing. Because Trump says that it's controversial. Get rid of illegals who broke laws and are violent criminals. It's just common sense.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
Check.
Boom. I mean, if Hillary Clinton was running today on this ticket, I'm voting for Hillary Clinton.
What about Pizzagate and the kids that she would drink the blood of under the restaurant? That's got to be a hang-up for you.
Hold on.
If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions for you staying. You have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally.
Check.
You have to pay back taxes.
Check.
And you have to try to learn English. And you have to wait in line.
Check.
By the way, that's how you rock a microphone. Look at her confidence,
Hell
man.
yeah.
I mean, you could see.
Listen, neither candidate.
She made perfect sense.
Neither candidate's got. Listen, Trump has swagger, but he just can't communicate it. Sometimes he gets tripped up. You tremendous. Everything.
He goes, "You're not a Kamala guy. You're a Khabib guy."
That's right. But like, man, give me Hillary Clinton from 2008, and we got us a candidate, baby. Anyway, I wanted to end it with this, Seth. This is what Macho Man. This is so funny too. Just watch. This is Macho Man at us. This is the Macho Man. Look at Macho's looking around like, what is going on around here?
Oh yes,
I'm the star of the show, and this guy's hitting on my old lady.
Bro, that has undertones of domestic abuse.
It certainly does. And listen, and Mean Gene knew it. That's why he was trying to. He was trying to get the hell out. He was trying to wrap this up.
That doesn't work now.
Oh yeah, exactly. Let's call it. Give me 30 minutes in my chair. We'll come back at 10:35. We good?
Sounds good.
And that is the after show that will be a podcast, correct? Yep. Perfect. If you want to get the show that we're going to do at 10:35, you're going to have to go to our podcasting world. iHeart, Spotify, Apple, iTunes, the whole 9 yards. We'll see you tomorrow, Jay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.